Only written public comments are accepted. Public comment will be limited to one comment per person per item. Comments should be limited to 2 minutes when read aloud and be germane to the agenda item at hand. Public comment will be closed at the end of the 10-minute public comment period. This will be announced and no written comments will be accepted after that point. We will not have any voting today, so that voting stipulation is not germane today. So with that, we will begin. Paul, would you please proceed with the roll call?
Councilmember Banks, Chair. Present.
Present.
Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer. Councilmember Brosette.
Here.
Councilmember Wynn.
Present.
We have 4 members and a quorum.
Thank you.
Paul, for the record, I know I'm not on either committee, but I am here as well.
Councilmember Russo is also present.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now proceed with the 10-minute recess to allow for public comment. Paul, what time will we be reconvening?
Well, I'll go ahead and read out the agenda and then we'll give the times.
Okay.
So the agenda for the January 25th Joint Community Development Criminal Justice Committee meeting is as follows. Roll call, discussion with criminal justice partners responsible for crime prevention together to address community concerns associated with criminal activity. Presentation of Emily Wolf, Director of the Mayor's Office of Youth and Family, on the 2021 Juvenile Justice Programming Handbook and the Pathways Program, and adjournment. So if we adjourn now, we'll reconvene at 10:04 a.m. I'm sorry, 10:14 a.m.
All righty, so we will stand at recess for 10 minutes to accept the public comment. Thank you. We have to have a roll call to do that, or we just automatically do that? All right, we are at recess for 10 minutes. Thank you. Paul, how we looking on time?
We're ready to go.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone who is listening. The purpose of this meeting is to have a discussion on what we can do to address this spiraling spike in crime that is occurring across the city. And make no mistake, no neighborhood is immune. This is something that we are all facing. Now, there's a commonly held belief that crime is a police problem. The reality is that the police are a major component, but they're not the only component. The criminal justice system has multiple moving parts that must work cohesively and in concert with each other in order to get the best outcome. Now, to that end, today we have invited representatives from those various components. We've invited, obviously, the superintendent of the police department, Sean Ferguson, Sheriff Marlon Guzman, criminal clerk Arthur Morrell, Chief Judge of Juvenile Court Candace Bate Anderson, Chief Judge of Criminal Court Karen Herman, the District Attorney Jason Williams, Crime Commissioner Tanisha Harris, Patrick Young of Cure Violence, and the Chief Defender Derwin Bunton. Now, the purpose for inviting them is to have each of them give us and the public an overview of what their particular wheelhouse is supposed to handle and how the other components impact what they're responsible for. The reality of it is, if there is a hole in the bucket somewhere that is stopping component A from functioning at an optimum level, then we need to address whatever that hole in the bucket is so that wheelhouse A can do the best job it can. Now, I want to temper expectations. I doubt very seriously that we're going to come away with a silver bullet that's going to make crime go away today. I don't think that's going to happen. I'd love for it to, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think what we will get, though, is information as to how we can start to make these parts work more cohesively together so that we can deliver a better outcome. I am holistically committed to doing everything that can be done to make sure that our citizens can live safely, live in a community that they can feel free to walk outside. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous what we're experiencing, from the too many car burglaries, which are quite frustrating. And I realize that people who haven't had their cars broken in probably don't see it as being that big of a deal. But if you have experienced it, it is a horrible feeling. It is a violation of you personally. It is a financial burden, and it needs to stop. But that's one side. The other side, we got 14-year-old kids getting slaughtered at Walgreens. There is no excuse for that. That should not happen. So whatever is causing this, we need to figure out a way of what we as the leaders of this community can do to try to curb that. I don't think that anybody could rationally say what is happening should not be addressed. Now, I am in full support of all of these entities and agencies, but if we got to beat somebody up because they aren't carrying the weight that's supposed to carry, then we need to know that. And I would ask each of these representatives to be very frank and honest in their assessments as to what is hindering them from functioning at the optimal level that they need to function. I can guarantee you that this is not the last meeting. This is just the first. We want to take a deep dive into each of these facets with each of these principles to make sure that whatever it is that needs to happen for them, we can help them try to address. So with that, I will open it up for my colleagues if they have any opening comments. And then after that, we'll go into the panelists. So any colleagues? Okay, I don't see anybody waving. So with that, Superintendent Ferguson, would you start us off?
Good morning, Council. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to just have a conversation about what we are seeing and what we're experiencing as a criminal justice system in its entirety. 2020 was like a year of no other. All of the the global pandemic that we have faced, the social injustice, and demonstrations and protests that we've seen, an exceptional year with regards to hurricane season, has caused financial as well as emotional stress for everyone, including our officers in the same. We've seen a tremendous spike in violent crime across not just our city, but across the country in its entirety. And we continue to press forward with that. But despite our reductions in various resources, such as, investigative tools and officer discretion, things of that nature, we have remained engaged. We continue to arrest. We continue to identify, locate, and arrest those individuals that are responsible for these various crimes. And as we've seen this, or as we have experienced these, conducted these arrests, we'll continue to see many of which are released either to no bail, low bail, things of that nature. And I'm by no way encouraging or advocating for incarceration being the answer in itself, but I do believe that there should be some level of accountability, some level of consequences in which these individuals should face. And from our perspective, and we are arresting or re-arresting some of the same individuals, which encourage them to be more bolder and brazen with their criminal actions. We're starting to see, it's demoralizing to our officers in itself, but to the community. It appears as though the police department is not doing their job, but we are not doing our job. But the fact is, we are doing our job. We are arresting these individuals, but circumstances beyond many of our control, we weren't able to get them to face those consequences to their actions. But as a result of all of this, we, working with Commissioner Stevens, we had a meeting similar to this about 2 weeks ago, just trying to break down the silos. And that is some of the actions that we're trying to take now, just break down some of the silos and have these conversations and work with our criminal justice partners to identify what are we doing as a police department, what the courts are doing, what is the district attorney doing, what is the clerk of court, what is any of us are doing that could possibly be hindering the other unintentionally. And I think that was a very productive meeting. Everyone that you have called today, Councilmember Banks was in attendance at that meeting 2 weeks ago. And we think that we are moving in the right direction. We feel that we are. They have all committed to participating in this meeting going forward at least once a month to discuss what we can do differently to make our city safer. We as the department, we have created VCATES in October of last year, and you're starting to see the cohesiveness of this unit, which includes the FBI, state police, as well as the New Orleans Police Department, and making cases and identifying those violent offenders. And in doing so, working with our districts, we have seen numerous arrests of carjackers. Just this weekend, we arrested a 14-year-old female. We have a 12-year-old and a 13-year-old male that are wanted for carjackings. 2 weeks ago, we arrested two 17-year-olds at 2 o'clock in the morning, 2 a.m. in the morning, in possession of stolen firearms. So with that, I'm asking that we take a look at our curfew and not the curfew in its entirety, looking at it still, this is just something for us to use to target juveniles, but it does give us a resource to address juveniles when we are seeing them on the street at night. Currently, our ordinance with regards to our curfew ordinance, it's recognizing 16-year-olds and under as juveniles, but the state on July 1st of last year recognized 17-year-olds throughout the state as juveniles. And I'm asking that we amend our ordinance to reflect the same. This gives us opportunity to bring the kids home, no different than what I said 2 years ago and talking about enforcing curfews. This is not about bringing anyone to some sort of location and holding the kids for a period of time. It's about bringing them home where they should be anyway. And as I've said before, we have done just that. When we identify or locate kids throughout the night, we have brought them home, and we continue to do that now. But I think that we need to also ensure that we recognize and we are able to engage and address those 17-year-olds as they are, which are juveniles, and bringing them to their parents or bringing them to their residence when they are wandering the streets at night. Because as I said before, just 2 weeks ago, last week, two 17-year-olds in possession of stolen firearms in the middle of the night. Now, what are they doing with those weapons? What are they doing out there in the middle of the night? So with that being said, we continue to work with our partners in the criminal justice system, but we also continue to work with our community. You saw a father turn in his 15-year-old son for a homicide. And that is what we need more of, that engagement from our community, accepting responsibility. That was a very, very courageous act on that father's behalf to be able to turn his son in. And he was very emotional and hurt as a result of that. And we, as a community, have to stand up and say, this is, enough is enough. It is time to do just that. So with that being said, Mr. Counsel, we'll continue to work with our partners, and we will continue and remain engaged in identifying those individuals who are committing criminal acts. We're just looking for the criminal justice system, the wheels of justice, to just speed up the process a little bit faster to hold those individuals accountable.
I need you to tell me what that means. Speed up the wheel of justice to keep them accountable. Tell me what you mean.
As you know, the individuals that we are arresting, like I said, they are being released. Even if they are released, there should be some sort of accountability and tracking mechanism or something to say, hey, we know where you are, we know what you're doing. Right now, they're not going through their due process as the accused individual, meaning courts and things of that nature in a speedy process. And this is no fault of the judge or the courts or anything like that. It's just the condition or the climate in which we are in with regards to COVID and how we have to address things in a different manner, given the guidelines that are in place right now because of this global pandemic. So just having that speedy process so that they can be held accountable when they are accused of crimes.
Chief, walk through it. I'm not a criminal justice lawyer, and praise God, never been involved in being arrested. So I really don't understand this process. Clarify for me. You all arrest a guy at 10 o'clock on Tuesday, 10 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday. What happens then?
They're then, based on the crime, they're either given a bond or no bond, or they have to face a magistrate judge to determine what that bond would be, or if they're going to be held within. And in many cases, very with regards to property crime, they're more than likely going to be released. Violent offenders have been held in jail, but we have seen also violent offenders in some cases where we had one individual was arrested for 2 attempt murders and given a very low bond. And in doing so, like I said, that encouraged that individual, hey, there are no consequences to my actions. I can go and do this again. But nevertheless, even after being released on no or low bonds, now they're just waiting to go to court to face their accuser, go through their due process. And that in itself has taken some time to occur right now, given the climate that we are in. So
COVID caused all of that, or has that been the system?
Well, I can tell you it pretty much has been the system for quite some time with regards to, the defense attorneys requesting that the case be pushed back for various reasons, or even maybe the district attorney for whatever reason. But now you're seeing it more frequently because you cannot hold court in such a systematic way in which you were having it before.
So let me go back. 10 o'clock on Tuesday, you arrest the guy. He's going to be back on the street when?
Depending on the charge, he can be back on the street 10 o'clock the next day.
Let's get specific. Let's do a car break-in. You arrest
car break-in, he or she could possibly be released that very same evening, if not the next day.
Councilmember Banks, can I break in?
Please.
Because I think you're circling around two things that I'm curious about the chief keeps on talking about. So Chief, like one of the things you keep on saying, I feel like to unpack is everybody's in the system together. But I guess my real question is, how are they talking to one another, right? So if the police know that there's, make up a number, 15 kids, 20 kids, 30 kids, and let's just pick cars for the second, who are the ones who are recidivating the most. How does the DA's office, the judges, the public defenders know these are the ones that we're really concentrated on at this moment. That's number one. And then number two, it sounds like what you're talking about is either jail or no jail, right? So is there anything in the middle that's being done? Like, is there some sort of probation, like you have to go to school enough, that there's electronic monitoring, that there's, other things that are being done that is, less than full release, non-incarceration?
So to answer your question, I would say that I cannot answer that question because it is outside of our responsibility. How would the courts know? How would the district attorney know if this is a habitual offender? I think they would have to look into their systems. I would defer to them to answer that, as well as, what are the actions? Or what is the level of accountability once the arrest has been made? I would also have to defer to those entities to answer those questions because that is beyond our scope, our responsibility.
Understood. Thank you.
And Chief, let me ask you another question along that line. There have been a lot of summonses in lieu of arrest. What's the line? Is a car break-in a summons in lieu of arrest, or is a car break-in a arrest?
A car break-in is actually an arrest, but because it is considered to be a property crime, they're not held long at all, if at all. And what you're seeing and what we have seen through evidence that we have collected, these car break-ins can rapidly escalate to a violent crime because in many cases, you're seeing individuals that are armed as they are participating in these car break-ins.
And have you seen repeat actors? I'm gonna make sure I'm on the right
Oh, absolutely,
track.
absolutely. We've seen repeat actors. We've seen individuals who have grown in their escalated in their behavior from just committing car break-ins to committing carjackings.
And then let me go on the other side of the spectrum. You said you released the guy you all arrested for 2 attempted murders was released. How does that happen?
Very low bonds, and that is, that is unfortunate. That's the climate that we're in right now. So a very low bond, he's able to get that low bond and be released. And then a month or two later, we're investigating him for another shooting.
And the bond is set by whom?
The judges.
Okay.
Believe the judges or the system in itself, you look at it.
Colleagues, any other questions?
I do, Councilmember Banks.
Okay, I'm seeing the council president waving. Let me take her second because I heard you first, Cindy. Cindy, you go first and then Helena.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, ma'am.
So listen, if I could just maybe change the direction of the conversation just a little bit. I hear it all the time in District E where we don't have enough manpower on the street. Resident feels like there's not enough officer assigned to the 7th district, to the 5th district. Can you give me some thoughts on that?
So, the 7th district is the largest district by population and by landmass, with the 4th district following right behind. So we have been intentional in monitoring that. Chief Thomas actually brought a proposal to me in evaluating. He wants to evaluate the manpower in itself. But we do realize the 7th district is a very massive district in which we make sure we're ensuring that they have what is needed, not just manpower wise, but even with vehicles. We were just given some new vehicles, and we ensure that 7th district receive those vehicles so that they can increase their visibility out there in that area. Same goes for the 5th district.
Has there been any thoughts about restructuring the line for the 7th and the 5th district to make it equitable?
So we thought about that, but unfortunately, what you're looking at, even if you look at it from Dowman to Venetian Isles, you look at the 7th district. One side of Dowman actually is the 3rd district, believe it or not. The river side of Dowman is actually the 3rd district. So that was some restructuring that was done years ago, but just it's not feasible. I've even considered and had discussions about creating a second or splitting the 7th district into another district. And that is, given the manpower that we have in this department, that is just not feasible. So right now, the best thing that we can do is add manpower to that district in itself.
And so it's not feasible because basically you're still dealing with a shortage of manpower. So even if you cut the pie up 3 times, you're still dealing with the same number of manpower.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so on the manpower, what are we doing in reference to increasing that number? I know my office, I've done some research and met with your recruitment department in understanding, the recruitment process. And, we definitely want to be a partner to help address the manpower. And so some of the stats that I received was basically last year in 2020, I think you guys receive about 5,000 individuals that has expressed interest to join NOPD. However, only 100 individuals out of that 5,000 who apply actually took the civil service test. Right. And so to me, that's a huge concern because if we have 5,000 people came to the table and only 100, went to the next level, I feel like there's some thoughtful or maybe working with civil service to increase that number of people taking the civil service test, because you guys went from 5,000 all the way down to 100. And then last year we only recruited 56 out of that 100, but we've lost 96 officers.
Yes.
And
so we continue to work with the Police Foundation. We actually have a national testing system as well, in which individuals can take, applicants can take the test in a nearby location, wherever they may be from in the country in itself. I think what we're facing now, given the civil unrest and the social injustice, this occupation has really taken a hit with regards to individuals wanting to be police officers. So then you take the test. I will say this, our mayor and the CAO has continued throughout this COVID pandemic, has continued to allow us to hire recruits and continue to hire, although the rest of the city departments may have had some hiring freeze. But COVID-19, along with the civil unrest, has truly impacted, slowed down our testing in itself. Now, while they're expressing interest, the other side of it is just what you're saying, getting them to take the test. And if they take the test, will they pass the test? We have worked with civil service to kind of revamp, and have been doing that for the last 2 years, the test in itself. I am a strong advocate of having higher officers locally more than anything. Nothing against my officers who are from out of state, but I know our local officers have a more vested interest. They are more likely to stay with this department, and they're more likely to be in tune with this community than anyone else. And we have pushed for that very strongly. We will continue to do just that. We'll continue to test, we'll continue to hire, and we will just keep pressing forward with that based on the desires or the interests that are placed before us.
so just on and I know you're not with civil service, but I know taking the civil service test is the next step after you apply, right?
Yes.
And not to take away the integrity of the test or anything, based on your experience, how do you feel about the civil service? Does that play a major role in reference to identifying key individuals that could serve the department well? Because my thought was that you have people that don't take tests very well, comprehensive tests, right? I know I don't. But if I'm given the opportunity to serve, the test doesn't really allow me to display or show my capability. And so to me, and again, I'm looking at civil service. I am meeting with the new director and really understanding the meaning behind the civil service testing. And I guess for me, it's just to try to increase more people. If people have expressed to apply to join the NOPD, why would a civil service test decrease that number from 5,000 to 100? Because there's several other layers that they have to go through before they join the force as well.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, Council, I believe civil service as well as the Police and Justice Foundation offer study material that can be studied and help them to prepare the applicants to prepare for a test. But at the end of the day, there is a certain standard in which we are expecting of anyone who becomes a police officer. So I don't think the test is too intrusive. Again, we've worked with civil service to kind of revamp the test per se, but there is a certain level, a certain standard that we're looking for. But there's also study material that is offered by the Police Foundation, that is offered by civil service to help someone prepare for a test as well.
So the civil service test, do you know, is the same test that if somebody was going to work in City Hall, is going to take the same test as well, or if they were going to apply for NOPD?
No,
Is it-
New
is it
Orleans
different
Police
test?
Department. I'm sorry, New Orleans Police Department have a test separate than your regular civil service test.
Okay. So I think that I definitely want to be engaged in making the recruitment process more efficient, where we're not losing any positive interest to join NOPD. And so please continue to engage my office in that conversation. We are hosting a recruitment workshop to engage citizen as well. I think as the NOPD is trying to be out there to recruit individuals, community can also help promote or identify qualified individuals to join the New Orleans Police Department. But going back to our young people, had this conversation with Captain Gernon in the 7, and of course worked very closely with Commander Young, and I look forward to working with Captain, is it Glenda?
Regina Williams?
Regina, I'm sorry, yeah. So I do look forward to working with Captain Regina, but just focusing on our young people. And I did some research. Denver has a very robust cadet internship program where they basically engage high school students and college students to be engaged in the police department in Denver. And so I just feel like when we create a program, I know that we have some advocacy groups here, or even some listeners are serving our community, serving our young people, giving them the support system, but programs has to meet the needs of our young people. A lot of our young people that are out there, from what I am being told and encounter and spoke to many of them, is that many of them are looking for a job opportunity. They're looking to get paid, right? But I feel like many of them are lost out there. And if we don't figure out a way on how to meet their needs, how to capture their interests, we're gonna lose them to the street. And so I was told once upon a time, NOPD used to have a cadet program. I'd like to work with you guys to revisit that and to figure out how do we get it funded, because we can't talk about programs and talk about what we need to do and not get it funded, because it needs to be funded. That's how you capture many of the young people that are out there stealing stuff because they're looking for a job.
Yes.
And so,
Yes. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
no, I was just going to inquire about that. I know Emily Wolf is tuning in with us. I mentioned that to her because we have Job One funding. We actually hire, for those that are not aware of, Job One through the Office of Family and Youth, hire young people and basically provide them a stipend or a salary per hour, and they're getting the training. And so my thought was, why can't we use that funding source as a way of starting up a cadet program, and even a cadet program as young as 12 and 13. That is really the age group that we see that are lost on the street. And for me is, how do you capture them? How do you give them a family, right? A family that they could feel like they fit in, that could embrace them, that could provide that guidance, but also be able to nurture them and provide them what they are needing to take care of their family as well.
Absolutely. And I agree with you, but I think it goes beyond that, even beyond just meeting those kids there. Once they graduate from high school, how do we keep them engaged? And that's some of the conversations we have been having with some of our local universities. How do you keep them engaged? Because that gap from graduation from high school, 17, 18 years of age, to that 20 21 years of age, in which you can actually apply for this police department. How do you keep them engaged to say they want to continue on moving in the direction of being a police officer?
And I think the training that they get very young would naturally keep them engaged. So that's why I feel like you need to start early, so that way we don't lose them to the street. Because if you don't capture them now and someone else capture them and provide them the wrong guidance, it gets more challenging when they get to a certain age. And I think this council has always been about investing early.
Yes.
That's one of the reasons why we're a big fan of early childhood education. But I get it that you can't, I think there's early childhood programs that are in place, but when they get to this teenager years, I think we have programs out there, but I don't know if it's funded to the point where it needs to really engage the kids.
Yes.
And I think that's a critical point that we need to really invest our time in and work. And, public safety is something that is critical and it's important to everybody. Then we got to figure out, how do you fund it? You can't talk about programs and then not fund it to make sure that it works.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah. Another thing I just wanted to ask, you mentioned about the curfew, and I appreciate you offering ideas to the council in reference to how we can work with you around that ordinance. So, can you remind the public again, what is the standard curfew now with us being in school?
Curfew or truancy. So in being in school, that would be truancy. So we have not enforced truancy because you have kids that are attending virtually, and you have the environment, a virtual environment, as well as an in-person environment. And it is hard for us, given the current school structure of Orleans Parish, it is difficult for us to determine if someone is in violation, given a COVID climate that we are dealing with. In some instances, kids are mandated to be in attendance in school, virtually or in person. We have worked with the school board to identify those habitual offenders with regards to not attending school virtually or in person. But we are not enforcing truancy in itself. We are dealing with curfew, but we have not enforced truancy, just given the climate that we're dealing with right now because of COVID.
But Chief,
Mm-hmm.
So school doesn't take place at Walmart, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so to me, it's like if you see a young person there during virtual school hours, hybrid schedule, whatever, they're not with their parent, won't that kind of ring a bell? Because again, school is not taking place at Walmart or not taking place at Winn-Dixie and stuff like that.
But all schools are not working they're not working together. I'll put it that way. All schools are not in school at the same time. There are days where some schools are not in school, some are in school. So because of the structure of the school system in itself, it is difficult for us to approach a child and say you should be in school, not knowing what school they are attending, and if they're being honest about they're attending a school that is not in class right now.
Okay. Now the curfew during virtual school or normal school hours, can you share that with the public in reference to the curfew so those that are listening would know?
So curfew, Sunday through Thursday, curfew hours are 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. On weekends, Friday and Saturday, 11 p.m. until 6 a.m. They should be at home. When we locate individuals, kids who are out beyond those hours, we would bring them home and release them to their parents at that point in time. Given the climate that we're in, that is the best for us as a department to enforce curfew in that manner.
Getting back to the manpower for a little bit. So 7th District is the largest district. Does the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th work collaboratively together? So if the 7th District is short on manpower, and again, I definitely don't want to take away any concerns from other districts, do they work in support to make sure that, you know, if crime is happening significantly in one area, that district commander has the support from his or her partners from the
Well,
other.
absolutely. All of our district captains work well together. We just had an investigation throughout this weekend, which led to the arrest of a 14-year-old female. Well, I'm sorry, 15-year-old female and a 13 and 12-year-old, which we're looking for now, which the 7th district, the 5th district, and the 1st district work together to hold these individuals who are responsible for carjackings accountable. So they continue to work together and will continue to work together. At any given moment, they can call one another to seek support when needed. But again, as you said, as to not to take resources from their own communities in itself.
Chief, do you guys have like so I'm not you know, in law enforcement, but do you guys have like an intelligent divisions that basically help prevent crimes? Because I feel like, you know, what NOPD is doing is responding to crime when it happens. And I'm trying to figure out, I just feel like we need to invest more into prevention in having a department that could scout out potential areas that will have criminal activities.
We do our best with that. We have an intelligence unit, but we have that violent crime abatement investigative team as well, which is with our state and federal partners to do just that. Locate and identify those individuals who are responsible for violent crimes. But I would say this: we're arrested, but then we're finding ourselves again dealing with these same individuals the very next day.
And I hear that, but I guess for me is to continue to prevent, and to, I mean, we have, and I know you guys know this as well. You know, crime has been happening senselessly in our community, and I know that NOPD is doing everything they can. I guess it's continue to focus on how we can utilize the NOPD as well as other community partners to prevent crime. And so that way lives are not being impacted by this, because many times when we talk about crime, we also have to realize that people in the communities are victims of this as well. And, you know, so.
And I agree with you, but I think also it goes beyond who is on this call today to discuss this. I think it starts within the community. It starts within that home. And that's what we have to take a look at what is going on within the home to allow such a behavior to occur.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Helena, give me 1 second. Chief, let me go back to make sure I heard Cindy right. We had 5,000 people express interest and only 100 ended up taking the test. Was that accurate?
No, I mean, so she said 5,000. 5,000 is for the year. We average about 500 applicants per month, and you're giving maybe about 100 that's taking the test in that month. We've had more than 100 for a year in the test. We're looking at about 500 per month and 100 that's taking the test.
Is that
5,000 alluding to the year in itself?
But is that a standard percentage, or are we doing something differently than other municipalities that is limiting our potential officer pool?
No, I think we're doing all that we can. We had as many as 700 to take the test last year. And in doing so, I mean, again, we have elevated, we started the national testing program just last year. We've revamped the civil service test just last year to increase that pool. I think you're looking at the interest right now with regards to individuals interested in his occupation and the scrutiny in which this occupation have fallen under. Are people really truly interested in being a police officer? 1, 2, the COVID in itself. And, you know, that was an impact with regards to, you know, when COVID, the pandemic began, we weren't necessarily giving the test in person or virtually either. Everybody was trying to figure out how to do things in a different way moving forward.
Okay. I'm sorry, Helena, please.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Banks. So good morning to all of you. Good morning, Chief. Thank you so much for being really busy. I'm going to focus on violent crime, mostly murders and shootings. And I'm also going to go back to a point that Cindy was talking about on, and you too, Chief, really looking at crime prevention regarding actually addressing what can be happening in a home. So let me first start with overall shootings and murders. I saw a recent report that over 50% of shootings and murders in this city are actually happening primarily in District E in the 7th and 5th districts. So my first question is, what are you doing to address, that particular situation? I think you mentioned something about a specific task force earlier today.
VCATES, the Violent Crime Abatement Investigation Team, with our state and federal partners. And we've increased the communication with our districts with regards to these particular crimes as well.
So Chief, can you tell me a little bit more about this, what is it called? V
Victor, C as in Charlie, A Apple, I Ida, T as in Tom. Violent Crime Abatement Investigative Team.
Tell me who's all part of this and how it operates.
So we have our partners from the Federal Bureau of Investigations, as well as investigators from the Louisiana State Police and our officers from the New Orleans Police Department. We're working together, investigators from each agency are working together to follow up on these crimes in itself. Try to identify the crime trend so that we can get in front of it if at all possible, but more importantly, identify and arrest these individuals who are committing these violent crimes and hold them accountable for their actions. This unit was formulated in October of last year, and in doing so, we have been able to make numerous arrests, take several guns off the street, locate numerous carjacking vehicles in itself, and we continue to do just that. And that centralized unit works hand in hand with our district investigators as we are seeing these crimes being committed.
How many officers are part of this centralized unit?
You're looking at 2 sergeants from the New Orleans Police Department. You're looking at 4 investigators from New Orleans Police Department, 2 FBI agents, as well as 2 state trooper investigators.
Gotcha. So Chief, what are you seeing? So when it comes to the homicides that are happening in our city and even the shootings, is it many, many, many different offenders, or is it a small number that is committing several murders?
So in the homicides, there are numerous offenders. Because you have numerous reasons to why you had in 2020, given the climate that we're dealing with, the global pandemic, you saw things differently. Not your normal just neighborhood feuds or narcotics. You saw road rages, you saw domestic violence. So you saw a litany of things, the reasons why or motives behind homicides in itself. In some instances, you may have had an individual or 2 who have become persons of interest or suspects of a homicide, but for the most part, it was an array of individuals. Same with shooting. Now, in some shootings, we have been able to identify some of the same players as the habitual offenders, the individuals who are continuing. Just as I gave that example before, in November of last year, we arrested an individual for 2 attempt murders, and then the very next month, he was involved in his name came up into another shooting.
Yeah, because that's what I've been trying to figure out. Do we have a situation in our city where, let's say, you've got, I don't know, just John Smith, Joe Smith, and Ken Smith, and those 3 guys each could be responsible for, let's say, up to 10 murders. I didn't know if that was a situation that possibly could be happening in our city, or if we had 200 murders last year with 200 separate suspects. But it seems like it varies.
It varies. It has. We do have some of our usual suspects that are involved in many of our incidents, but in some, like you said, use the example of 200 homicides. I would venture to say you may have as many as 180, and I'm just throwing a number out there of different suspects.
So let me go now into a specific type of murder case, a domestic violence murder case. We saw in Jefferson Parish the number of domestic violence murders went up in 2020 by 30%. Baton Rouge is reporting their highest number of domestic violence murders that they've had in 10 years in 2020. What did it look like for us in 2020? And I know that already in 2021, we've had a couple of domestic violence homicides.
Yeah, I mean, we had, I would say this, we had more domestic violence homicides in 2020 than what we have seen in previous years in itself. And looking at our numbers, what we did see, so with regards to our motives, what we did see for domestic violence, we had 7% of our domestic violence, of our homicides were domestic violence. That is 15 of the cases in 2020 that we've seen. Our largest has been unknown, of course, because we're still investigating and have not necessarily identified it. We had 4 incidents of road rage, what we believe was road rage incidents in 2020, and 45 in arguments. But then you're looking at narcotics, 26 incidents of narcotics in itself. So, but going back to your domestic violence, 15 cases in which we were able to see and say, hey, this is domestic violence related in New Orleans.
And I'm going to get back to domestic violence in 1 second, but I also want to talk about the clearance rate. In 2019, the clearance rate for NOPD for homicides was 36%. Jeff Asher, our analyst, tells us that for cities with more than 250,000 people, the clearance rate for murders is 58%. Chief, what do you think we need to do to increase our clearance rate?
No, we have taken a look at that in itself. I will say this about this team. This team, our homicide division has been working hard to solve these crimes, to give these families some closure. Part of that, with regards to us, is we are looking at some internal mechanisms, meaning how we've looked at the cases, our cold cases, revamped that, looked at that to review what we've done in 2020. We've also looking at, the manpower, the structure of it. But also we're looking at our community involvement. Because in some cases we know. We feel that we know, we have identified the person of interest, but will someone step forward? Do they have enough confidence in the criminal justice system to step forward and say that Sean Ferguson committed this crime? And that is what we're facing. In many of our cases, we have that person of interest. We feel that we know who that person is, but we have to do our due diligence. And it's not just us collecting evidence. It would take witnesses. It would take people coming forward to say what they know. And I think that is what we're looking for.
What can the council do to help you in that regard? We're looking for all types of options and solutions.
The biggest thing is just encouraging the community to know that this criminal justice system, these people that you're seeing before us, the district attorney, our judges, our public defenders, as well as our clerk of court, we're all working together to improve this system and give this system some credibility to make sure that we are holding these individuals accountable for their actions. And we just need you to continue to push forward with that. We have started this dialogue. We've started this conversation that I think will be going on for months to come, to see how we can better work together and not in silos as we try to make our city safe.
All right, Chief, I'll give you a little bit of a break here because I'm going to bring in Judge Herman, District Attorney Will, Commissioner Stevens, because I want to talk about domestic violence and how we deal with these situations so that they do not escalate to murder, and some potential plans that we can all work on dealing with domestic violence. And here's why I think it's so important. So obviously we know that anywhere between 7 to 10%, at least in our city, are domestic violence murders. So just as the chief said, last year we had 15 domestic violence murders. So each one of those particular murders isn't just about that one life lost, but what about the impact on that particular family, on children who may be involved and may now have lost a parent? What happens to them? I truly believe that if we strongly address trauma in the home, we will reduce trauma and violence in our streets. So I know that some people are sick and tired of me talking about domestic violence, but it is something that is more than just a family problem, and something that actually has widespread community implications. And we all must play a role in reducing family violence, because I think that that's actually one of the main things that we can do to stop this cycle of violence. We have had a violent problem in our city for many decades now, and we usually come at it with, what can police do? But back to what Councilmember Nguyen talked about before, what can we do to prevent violence in our city? Well, I think that if we work on reducing trauma and violence in a home, that will make us a less violent city. So with that, there have been a couple of things that I think are really important that advocates have brought up. The most dangerous domestic violence cases are those that involve strangulation, because of the data that shows that those particular offenders have a very high propensity to escalate to additional, more severe violence, including murder. The advocates had asked that there be some type of policy that in those particular cases, that those offenders, before being released, have a contradictory hearing called a Gwen's Law hearing. And so, Councilmember Williams, I know that you and I have spoken about this matter and whether or not your office would be willing to put in place that type of policy. I know how much you care and understand the importance of this issue. So I just wanted to give you the opportunity, District Attorney Williams, on this particular issue.
Thank you, Madam President. So on the DV issue specifically, and I'll get into some other stuff in a moment, I brought this up at my swearing in. In that same week, we lost 2 citizens to domestic violence the following 2 days after. One woman strangled her husband to death, and another father murdered his wife and left 4 young children. Domestic violence is absolutely one of the areas where we can intervene and have an exponential result in reducing incidents of violent crime in our homes and on the streets. Too often, the warning signs come in. The warning signs come in at schools, the warning signs come in calls for service, but these cases weren't dealt with for a very long time because they are often a little bit more complex, because you have victim and survivor living in the exact same home. And the traditional approach has been, if we can't get a conviction, if we can't put someone in jail, then we have not succeeded. And it's really tough to do that when you have a survivor in the home saying, I don't want this person in jail, I just don't want them acting violently. And so that's a different approach to what we need, what we consider a resolution in a criminal case. As you all know from a hearing we had last year, the system, possibly because of the office that I now hold, has ignored or marginalized these cases and has not focused on them by not cooperating with the blueprint that's been laid out, by not working with experts to get better results. But when we continue to ignore these situations, our kids learn bad behavior and either become abusers themselves and find themselves in abusive situations, and other domestic partners are harmed. On Thursday, I'm meeting with a group of experts in the community and from a national perspective that was organized by President Tanya Tetlow with Dr. Charlie Zena from Tulane and a host of other individuals to come up with a comprehensive scientific approach that my office can take along with the city council and the mayor and the judges and OPD to address domestic violence specifically, given the fact that we have probably close to 700 cases that are now coming back from municipal court that are DV cases in which we have victims and survivors. We have not had a conversation with law enforcement since they called for help. So this situation is a very unique situation. And I think it's going to take the work of the folks on this call and a lot of folks who aren't on this call but I think we can outline a plan together after meeting with these experts to putting together something that we can come back before Chairman Banks and this committee to present a comprehensive citywide initiative to take on domestic violence, from awareness to how the case is going to be prosecuted and to how the police department will work with the DA and how the DA's office will work with the police department, and how we can all work with schools and school leaders to help us identify some of these warning signs before it's actually at the criminal intervention level. And I just want to thank the chairman for having this call today, because it's this type of collaboration that's going to get results. But that's all I have on domestic violence piece.
Yeah, and you know, Mr. District Attorney, you bring up a really good point about what had been happening with domestic violence cases. I think one of the issues, and advocates will bring it up, was that there was this kind of approach of accepting all domestic violence cases. And I want to remind people that domestic violence cases aren't just intimate partner relationships. They can be two brothers getting in a fight, two sisters getting in a fight, two household members getting in a fight. So, you know, this policy of accepting all of the cases really strained the amount of manpower and resources that could then go into the really serious cases. So in talking to the prosecutors in Jefferson Parish, what they usually do is accept roughly 65% of the cases, which seem to be the most severe, and, you know, go all out on these cases. And sometimes they are even prosecuting cases without the victim. And that is an approach that, you know, the previous DA, you know, was not about. If the victim was not going to participate, well, then the case is over and it would be dismissed. So, you know, looking at ways, and Tanya Tetlow is the one that is really big on this, looking at ways to prosecute these cases without the victim is, of course, much more difficult, but it is doable. So, you know, those efforts in that regard, and especially with Tanya as part of your team, I know that could be something that is realized. But I wanted to quickly pivot to Judge Herman, because I don't want to, you know, take up all the space here just talking on the domestic violence piece, but I did want to make sure people understood just how important this piece is. Judge Herman, there is a domestic violence court within criminal district court. From our conversations, you told me that all sections of court participate in this. Can you tell me a little bit more about that, and what could be done to enhance or improvement, and what would you need?
So thank you, Councilmember Moreno. So basically what we do is, when a bond is set by a commissioner in a domestic violence related arrest, as a condition of that person's posting of the bond, they have to enroll in our domestic violence monitoring court. We have, it's basically what you call a specialty court. It's grant funded, and it follows the person through the screening process. And when it lands in a section of court, the case manager of the defendant reports to the section of, to the judge that's presiding over the case, as to the person's whether or not they've been participating, and that affects the person's bond if they're not, obviously. And in particular, they monitor the compliance with the protective orders that are signed also as a condition of their bond, and that type of thing. So we're trying to address the matter from the point of arrest and release to try and minimize what's happening when the person goes back to a household, or obviously not going back to the household with a protective order in place.
So let me ask you this. If you have an offender that has multiple different charges against them, domestic violence charges against them, would they all be sent to the same section of court where the first charge, like for example, let's say Helena had a DAB charge, you know, in September, and then I had another type, I violated my protective order, and then I've got another charge, you know, coming in October, and then I did something else, and I've got something coming in November. Since I'm part of this domestic violence monitoring program, would I be going to the same section of court every time, or would I be going to different sections of court and being monitored by different sections of court through every charge? Does it follow the charge or the, that's what I'm asking.
It follows the person. And at the end of the day, depending on the nature of the charges, if there are misdemeanors and one misdemeanor is accepted and allotted to a section of court, let's say they get allotted to section I. If the person's rearrested for a domestic related issue, that comes to the attention of section I as that case is winding its way through the screening process. But at the end of the day, if they're all accepted, they all, by rules of court, go to the original judge that it was allotted to.
Mm-hmm. And I know that this is monitoring of the offender, but does the court also have any type of additional funding for any type of family type of intervention for the victim?
No, we do not. We're actually the only batterer intervention program that's funded. Commissioner Stevens, I'm not sure if it's statewide, but I know it is parish-wide, that there is nothing really in the city that focuses strictly on the batterer as opposed to the family. And that's kind of unique in the sense that we're able to try and get involved from that perspective as tied into the bond and the protective order that's issued that we're doing electronically right now because of COVID. But all of that is still in place, and we have a very robust participation in the program, obviously, because it affects bonds. But with that said, I just want to point out that we're under a tremendous amount of pressure with the bond amounts that are set. We are very engaged in the Blueprint for Safety. We're very engaged with the city through the MacArthur program to make sure that we're taking in risk factors. We follow the risk assessment process very, very carefully. As you know, we've been under litigation in federal court for bond settings as well. All of that has to be taken into account each and every individual time. There's no cookie cutter approach that applies. And in particular, when it relates to domestic related situations, very often the person has no prior criminal record. It's someone that's a first offender that's dealing with a family situation, and his risk level or her risk level is going to be extremely low. And we have to abide by the requirements of federal law as well as state law in taking into account all kinds of mitigating circumstances to set bond, in particular, whether or not what can the person afford to ability to pay when they're setting the bonds.
Yeah, and I certainly, definitely see what you're saying, Judge Herman. And I just go back to on the strangulation piece. I certainly wouldn't say that, for sure, set no bond or set a certain level. I would just say on those particular cases, because it is permissive to have a Gwen's Law hearing for any domestic violence cases, I just think for those that are the most serious, I just think it makes sense to take that pause. I mean, the Gwen's Law hearings were put in place by the legislature first so that there could be a bit of a cooling off period. And then, of course, second, to really figure out what that risk is to the victim. How dangerous is the situation? I know that based on the Gwen's Law hearings that happen in Jefferson Parish, they hold 1 to 2 offenders every month just with no bond. Just because the Gwen's Law hearings have determined that that the offender is such a risk to the victim. So that, like I said, I'm just going to keep advocating for just that particular piece. But with that, Commissioner Stevens, let me bring you in. I want to thank you, Commissioner Stevens, for all the work that you've been doing in this regard as well, particularly when it comes to the risk assessment. From what I understand, the risk assessment that NOPD officers have at the scene will now include the question on whether or not the offender has a firearm or if there's a firearm in the home. Is that correct?
Yes. That's my understanding from NOPD.
Okay, because that's really been a missing component, that when the offender would get to their first appearance and they're not supposed to have a firearm when they are dealing with a domestic violence charge, and it's even prior to conviction. But when that first appearance hearing would happen, if they're asked that question, the majority of them say no. So we have actually had very few firearm transfers happen in Orleans Parish. So I think that risk assessment question is very important. Commissioner Stevens, any other comments you want to make just on this domestic violence piece? I know you've been working hard with the health department on this matter.
No, I think your email that was sent out maybe a few weeks ago, I think I sent some recommendations that I think would be helpful for the city as well as the DA's office collectively together in NOPD. But one thing I'd like to add too, as it relates to DV, I've also seen a number of cases, and this is probably good info for DA Jason Williams as well, just to put it in a thought process when you're talking with Tanya Tetlow. How can we identify, in my course of the years, over the course of the years, I should say, I've noticed an increase of young men being arrested for domestic violence when in fact, domestic violence did not occur. And what happens is, it's a false report by the ex-girlfriend or the ex-wife, which leads to the person being arrested. However, it creates a record for that individual. So having that record expunged is a process. And sometimes that hampers young people, and African Americans mostly are the ones who we're seeing going through the DV process, from getting the necessary jobs, and some are professional people that have gone through that process. And I know for a fact a few people that have. So I think addressing that along with other issues that we see in our DV may help as well. Like, what do we do with those particular cases, right? Because under the previous administration, as you stated, Helena, everything was just being accepted. And I think screening those DV cases a little better to make sure we have the right people in jail. It's one thing to arrest, but making sure that we have the right people and the facts that around that arrest are accurate before actually arresting that person and creating a record for that individual. As it relates to the firearm piece, it is very, it's a little complicated, right? Because you can ask me on the scene if I have or I possess any weapons, and I can clearly say, no, I don't. I can be telling you a tale, and then I can give it for the judge and I'm asked the same question and I can say the same thing, right? So I think-
But where I'll stop you is that the risk assessment is when they interview the victim, and the victim at the scene, if she says, yes, he has a gun and he keeps it, in the closet, in the top shelf of his closet, versus when he shows up in court and he's asked, is there a gun? Then the commissioner or first appearance magistrate can look and say, wait a second, but the risk assessment says that the victim claims that there is a firearm in your closet. And then that actually, I think, could set the wheels in motion for maybe police to go see if there is a firearm in the house. So
right.
that's so important.
Right, and that is important because if at the scene, the individual is stating to police that, yes, the firearm is inside the house in a closet in a shoebox, then at that point, the police officer on the scene would have to do an arrest, a search warrant that has to be signed by a judge before they can enter the house and check to see if a firearm is in fact in that house. So that does take a little, that's what I'm saying, it's a little complex when you start talking about the search warrant, getting a judge to sign that warrant, and then making sure you have all the facts to put in the search warrant for the judge to sign the warrant, and then actually affecting that search warrant. But yes, I'm glad that NOPD has added that question and that additional question. So it helps the officer to identify at that point if a firearm is in the residence.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Mr. DA, and I'll end my questioning here. I look forward to working with your office on this particular matter. You know how much I care about it. And so I just look forward to working with your team. Huge fan of Tanya Tetlow and all the other folks, and Charles Ziwi, of course. So just keep me posted. I'm all in to help in whatever you may need.
We will be moving very quick. We will be moving very quickly with that. And I believe that you and the commissioner actually were saying a bit of the same thing, in that when you brought up the 99% acceptance rate, which is about 30 to 40% higher than the rest of the state. What the sign shows is it minimizes the importance of the serious cases where there's strangulation or repeat abuse, and it just makes the judges and lawyers in courts' jobs even harder. So we will be screening backwards and forwards and having those WINS hearings when appropriate. And we'll absolutely be having the hearing to take any firearms that are in actual or constructual possession from anyone who is convicted at the appropriate moment.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think, Joe, you were next, followed by Kristen. We were still on the police chief. So Jason, if you would, and Judge Harmon, if you would all, we hadn't gotten to you yet. So please don't leave if you can. If you can stay, please stay. Joe?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. If the chief is on, or I see Commander Thomas too. Chief, I wanted to ask you some follow-up questions to Cindy sort of about the budget to flesh that out. One of the questions I have is, you talked about recruitment and getting more people. There's enough money in your budget for this year to hire what you need to. Is that right?
Yes, sir. We're scheduled to have 3 classes this year that we're hoping to at least hire 90, or if not more. That's 30 per class. But right now we're scheduled and have been budgeted to have 90 recruits hired this year.
And I just want to make sure money isn't an impediment in being able to do that.
No, sir. The mayor, as well as the CEO, has, as I said before, has graciously allowed us to continue to hire, although we know we are facing some financial difficulty and other departments are having a hiring freeze. And then of that 90, we know 30 of which is actually grant funded. So we're in a good place.
And Chief, how many NOPD officers do we have at this moment?
Currently, we're at 1185.
Okay, thank you. And then the other thing I want to ask you very quickly was, there's been some reports about overtime. My understanding is a lot of the overtime savings from last year was not from NOPD not allowing it. It's from the fact that there weren't major events like Essence and Jazz Fest and other big special events in the city that saved money because police time wasn't needed. Is that true?
It's both. I mean, we've saved on overtime with regards to special events not occurring, but also each district was allotted a certain number of hours of overtime per week or per month. And we've suspended that as a result of a city's financial situation right now.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand that last part. Does that mean the commanders have carte blanche to do as much overtime as they want? No, they have to limit it.
They do not. They do no. We are no longer. I am no longer allowing overtime as a result of the city's financial situation. If there is any overtime, it is either through some sort of grant, or if they have, if we have something of such an urgency that we have to allow. But we are not allowing any overtime at this point in time, and that gave us approximately a $3 million cut last year.
Mm-hmm. But I think the total overtime number was like $10 or $11 million last year. So yes, the vast majority of it was because of the special events.
Yes.
But I think Council Member Banks, sort of to your point about all of these things that we're looking at, right? About tracking and what are other solutions, and money's always one of them. So this is going to be something we need to keep our eye on with the overtime too. Thank you very much.
Kristen.
Thank you. I've been having issues with my computer, so please forgive me if I come in and out with our internet. Real quick, I want to dovetail a little bit, Chief, on Councilmember Giarrusso. I know you said we have 1185 officers. What is our goal? What do you think is our optimum number that we should be striving for?
So I've always hesitated to put a number on it per se. And, when I joined this department, we were as many as 1,800. For 3 years, the city did not hire any police officers for New Orleans Police Department. And as a result of not hiring any, we have been more or less chasing our tails ever since. We have not been able to recover because of that 3-year hiring freeze in itself. So idealistically, going back to when I joined, 1,700 or more, that I would love to see that. But that's we have to deal with the resources that we have, and this is what we're facing right now. But we continue to recruit, we continue to hire at a certain level, at a certain standard that we think meets what we're looking for.
So then I'd like to kind of follow up too, and thank you for that, with what Councilmember Nguyen was saying about her district. my district is not as large as hers, but I know in Algiers, we kind of share that some of the same issues in terms of the geography is so large. And we're constantly getting requests for additional cameras, right? And we know that there's a budget issue with that, but and then the 5th district, which, as you know, second to New Orleans East in terms of the homicides that we've been experiencing down there, they've also been requesting cameras. So I guess my question to you is, how do you see leveraging the limited manpower issue? How does technology play into that? And is that something that we should also be more focused upon?
Absolutely.
And if so, what type of technology do you feel is best to leverage your resources?
Absolutely. The Real-Time Crime Center has been instrumental in assisting us with our investigations in itself. When we're conducting follow-up investigations, I've always encouraged the community, not just through Real-Time Crime Center, but through the SafeCam. They can have their own camera system on their own property, personal or business in itself. But that, nevertheless, though, that's type of technology allows us, it gives us the opportunity to conduct a thorough investigation in itself. So we've always asked and leveraged and advocated for that type of resource with regards to camera systems and giving us that opportunity, or giving us that tool that is needed to help support where we aren't able to have officers on every corner. But that system can help us put additional eyes there when necessary.
Okay, because I'm just a big fan of how Councilmember Nguyen used some of our other council members. Y'all know I'm a believer that Cindy used some of the Entergy money for additional crime cameras, and if that's something that we might be able to replicate in some of our hot spots, I think it would be worthwhile if the chief thinks it's also worthwhile, as we're seeing a spike in crimes in certain areas.
Absolutely.
So, thank you, Chief.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Jared, I see you. Did you have anything? I see you popped up. Yeah, Jared. You're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, thank you for being on a call and for joining us, and all the other criminal district, criminal entities. I have a question as it relates to the furloughs. What strategies have taken place relating to the officers being taken back off of furloughs and putting back onto the streets? Can you tell us and the public what strategies, any different, have NOPD deployed when they came back onto off of the furloughs?
So again, when we had the furlough days, we faced minimal impact. Of course, you had an officer that we may have had off on any given shift every day, but it was very minimal impact. But having that officer back, we worked through what we call a geographical deployment, in which officers are assigned to certain sectors of their district, and that is their assigned sector on a daily basis. That way, they are getting to know that community, as well as that community is getting to know that officer and establishing that relationship. Now, granted, call for services may pull them here and there where they aren't able to be as engaging. And I don't mean engaging meaning arresting engaged. I mean just having a conversation with someone as a result of the calls for service that they may be pulled on to. But nevertheless, our strategy remains the same. That's about visibility within our district. That is about engaging meaning, again, conversation, or affecting an arrest if necessary, only when necessary. But nevertheless, just staying engaged and being visible to try to deter any crimes from occurring. And I think we have been successful in that. And we've also been successful in arresting, holding those individuals accountable for these various actions. But to answer your question, Councilman, we continue to stay engaged with the deployment that we've had prior to, and now that we are off of furlough days, we'll continue to see that deployment work in the arrests that we have made so far.
Thank you for that. I'm hearing on the streets from constituents that was one of questions I've heard more than once. Now that the NOPD officers are off for furloughs, how different it is from prior to now. My next question is regarding relationships with our local law enforcement entities. Chief, what's the NOPD's relationship with the Orleans Parish, the Sheriff's Office, and what I'm asking is, have you explored the possibility of implementing a patrol type supplemental patrol, engaging with the Sheriff's Office and with their deputies to supplement the manpower of NOPD, where we have the critical shortage throughout the city, so we could have more concentration on the high crime areas and the more of the high intensity of the crime issues that we see. But of course, we know that the car burglaries, break-ins are happening throughout all of the city. So I just wanted to see what currently you're doing with the Sheriff's Office, what kind of compact do y'all have, and what might you consider in the future?
That's a conversation to be had. I mean, anytime I've called on Sheriff Gusman for anything, he has made himself readily available. I think we have a great relationship, and not just with him, as well as with our partners at the Levy Board as well. You've seen the Levy Board on numerous occasions engage and address or help us assist in locating or arresting individuals for violent crime. So Sheriff's Department, the Sheriff's Office has played a role in this. We have not had a specific conversation about that, and with giving some clear guidelines, but anytime that I've called upon the sheriff for anything, he has responded in a positive way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you foresee having some type of assistance with sheriff deputies? Could that be something that's seamless with patrols? And I don't know the current state of affairs with Sheriff Gusman's manpower, to the Criminal Justice Center. I believe he's on a call, but that's something that I've been thinking about that could help our community and, of course, help our department.
Absolutely, that's something to be explored, something to be discussed between he and I. And again, just as you're saying too, I don't know his bandwidth or his his level of resources, but again, anytime I've called him, he has been more than happy to assist. So that's something I'm willing to discuss further with the sheriff and see if there are some ways in which we can collaborate more on patrol side of things.
Thank you, Chief. One more thing, is there any, through your exit interviews with people departing, and let me back up and say condolences for the loss of Detective Hamilton, and to his condolences to his family and to the men and women of the police department. Any issues related to pay or when people or officers are leaving the department? I know within the last administration, last council term, there was three raises actually that I'm sure you recall that we implemented. Just wondering if that's that has been brought up.
No, sir. I mean, yes, we received the last raise the New Orleans Police Department received was in January of 2018. We have not, through our exit interview, determined that to be an issue in itself. Many of our separations have either been through retirement or a result of individuals returning to the home state in which they are from. And that is what we've seen a lot of our losses happen. That is why, you know, I'm a big advocate of hiring locally, pushing to hire locally, to have that vested interest and that willingness to stay committed to this community and stay with this community throughout this department and making their career here with the New Orleans Police Department rather than returning home to their various states in which they are from.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And one last thing, and this may be for not only you, Chief, but for District Attorney Williams as well. But this whole issue, and it's been talked about a lot, with juveniles, and we see many of them committing the crimes out at night, you know, after hours. How can we hold their parents accountable for I would say you know, neglect of not having the children at home?
So, I mean, that is something that we kind of like scratched our head on for quite some time. You know, I've been ridiculed. I've been criticized for saying and calling to hold parents accountable. And I know it varies. To me, it is from a case-to-case basis in which the parents could be or should be held accountable in itself. Mm-hmm. But to answer your question, honestly, Counsel, you know, that's something that we're still trying to figure out. How do we move forward in holding them accountable and ensuring that they're doing their part, just as each of one of us, as the leaders of our various departments or agencies are on this call now, are trying to hold ourselves accountable. How do we, you know, hold the parents themselves accountable? And we just have not clearly come to an answer for that, honestly.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Cindy?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jay. Chief, just a follow-up on retention and separation. And you mentioned earlier in your comment when we were talking that you really want to see more officer locally, right? And I agree with you. So is there a policy with NOPD in reference to agreements? So when we're investing training and resources to new recruits, is there an agreement in place where the individual needs to give or stay with NOPD X amount of years to kind of show our investment?
The state law only mandates 2 years. That I cannot exceed that. And I did just within this last year start that process with my last class, in which the applicants or the recruits are signing documents agreeing to stay those 2 years, or we as a city will pursue recuperating the money that has been invested in them in their training if they leave prior to those 2 years.
But the 2 years is set due to a state law.
State law says 2 years is the maximum which we can do it.
Do you feel like with the 2 year state law, do you feel like we get a return for our investment?
I'd rather it be 3 years, because I mean, 2 years for us as New Orleans Police Department, that really is more or less just a year of service from them, because that first year they're mainly in training, 6 months in structured training or controlled environment at the Education and Training Division. Then you're looking at another 4 months in field training before you're actually having that officer work in our community as a police officer.
Do you guys have like a dollar amount that we actually invest into new individuals that join the force?
I have to get that to you. You know, we explored that. We did some data research on that in structuring this document that they must sign. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. Give me a little bit and I will get it to you, Council.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Cindy. Chief, just a few closing questions. Going back to the civil service stuff, after somebody fails a test, how long do they have to wait before they can retest?
I believe it's 6 months.
Okay, is that established by civil service or is that an NOPD policy?
Civil service.
Okay. I know that there's technology available that we got crime cameras, but do we have installed those acoustic microphone picking up, whatever they're called, apparatus that could pick up gunshots or windows breaking throughout neighborhoods? Do those exist in Orleans?
No, they do not.
Could we possibly look at perhaps having that? Because I know that technology exists in other municipalities where a gunshot goes off and that sound resonates enough that you can immediately identify where it happened, and it could help in response time or in aid to a victim or in even apprehension of a perpetrator.
Yes. So I mean, in looking at some of that stuff, we have looked at that before. It is very expensive, but also we have to be mindful what we're looking at. The council just passed the surveillance or the technology ordinance. So we have to make sure that we're working within the scope of that recently passed ordinance to ensure that we aren't violating that either.
And I'm going to tell you, we did pass that, but we may very well have to relook at that to make sure that we are not leaving a tool on the table that we can use to help keep our citizens safe. Now, I am fully in support of having progressive reforms, but we also don't want to handicap ourselves and take away something that could help keep our citizens safe. Also, I want to get clarification. There's a misnomer, and I need you to clarify it. Well, it may not be a misnomer. If a citizen sees a car break-in, but it's not their car, and they report it, what happens?
We should still arrive on that scene, document what we've seen, although the victim, we do our due diligence in locating the victim or the owner of that property, but we should still be documenting what has been reported at that time. If they saw the break-in occur in itself, because they are a witness, they can still report it as a witness. Hey, I just saw someone break into this car, although we do not have the owner present at that time.
No, they came outside and the car's across the street. They saw the window busted, but they don't know who the car is for. They can still call and report it, and LPD will still write a report.
We should be in many instances, we should be documenting what we saw. Now, we may not classify it as a break-in initially until we talk to the owner of their property to ensure that this isn't something that had previously been reported. So we may just document it as a miscellaneous incident until we're able to confirm whether it was either car break-in or criminal damage. And that would not be determined until we talk to the owner or the person who is in possession of that vehicle. But a report should be done nevertheless.
All right, and I just want to comment on and follow up on what Councilman Brissett was talking about. I am 10,000% in support of holding bad parents accountable for their children's misdeeds. However, I also want to be very clear that every parent of a bad child is not a bad parent.
Right.
You don't need to make that mistake. And we've got too many instances where we've got a low-wage working population. We got a disparity study that shows that you need $18 an hour to live a mediocre life in Orleans, but we got people working at $7.25 an hour. So if you've got people who are out working 14 hours a day, they can't be in two places at the same time. So by no means do I want to get the situation twisted. There are situations where you have parents who are actually participating in their children's misdeeds. They need to be held accountable all the way. But make no mistake, every parent of a bad child is not a bad parent, and they are trying hard to make ends meet in many, many instances. I see Arthur Morrell was waving. Arthur, you wanted to comment on?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Chief, you've been on here an hour and a half, and you've given out a lot of information, and we really appreciate it. But I just have one question for you. Earlier, it was stated that we're losing more policemen than we're recruiting. I'm wondering if there's some commonality about the reasons these policemen are retiring, something we can look at and maybe deter them from retiring, because we do need seasoned policemen. And that's the only question I ask for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Now, you know, we assess that on a weekly basis as we are reviewing the exit interview. We try to determine what is it. You know, we even reach out to try to, if we can, encourage the officer to stay with us. Is there something we could have done differently or we should be doing differently to try to keep our officers with us? And, you know, and that is on the case. Some instances it has worked, and in many instances it has not. You know, people have made their decision, and you know, for their own personal reasons. We just have to respect that. But we try to assess that on a weekly basis as we are reviewing those exit interviews. And Mr. Counsel, I would like to just, you know, echo what you're saying. I agree with you wholeheartedly. And that is why I mentioned to Councilmember Brissett, you know, that has to be, with regards to holding parents accountable, it has to be evaluated, looked at on a case-by-case basis. All parents are not bad parents, and I agree with you wholeheartedly.
And Chief, just and to follow up to that, the reason that we're having this holistic discussion is because a big part of this situation that comes under the community development umbrella is having programming to assist those parents who are struggling, who are working, who can't be at home, having positive, structured, safe programming to have those children engaged, because there's a possibility. If you don't provide children something constructive to do, they may very well find something destructive to do. But if the parents are at work trying to feed them and clothe them and keep them in housing, then they can't be there to watch them. So that's the purpose for having this meeting under both these umbrellas, because we've also got to deal with that side of it, because engaging our youth is something that is absolutely critical also. So we're going to get to that part. And then, Chief, my final question, and I'm going to let you move on.
No,
if you had a magic wand and could make one thing go away to fix what you're doing, to help you, what would that be? Which part of this system would you need to get done right now to make your job easier?
I mean, the biggest thing is just holding these individuals accountable. And like I said, I'm not an advocate for incarceration, but some sort of mechanism that is holding the accused, once they've been found to be guilty of their crime, accountable for their actions, be it ankle monitoring, being home incarceration, whatever it may be. But holding those, the one I need wave right now is accountability of those who have committed these crimes.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. I don't see any other questions from my colleagues, so we'll move on to the next presenter, which will be the new District Attorney, District Attorney Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to say, I guess it's been a little less than 30 days that I was on the dais in your capacity, and I want to congratulate you as new Criminal Justice Committee Chair. Councilmember Banks, I think it is very apropos, as you just said, that community development and criminal justice are now going hand in hand, especially with your vision of the city and your past experience with young people. And I'm really glad that you all had this convening today. I know how important these forums are to letting the public know what you all are working on, and that we hear and understand their needs and their cries. I want to thank all the stakeholders on the call who have been able to meet with me, and the ones that have agreed to meet with me in terms of doing my job in this process. The role of the DA is to deliver justice. As an agent of the state of Louisiana, the district attorney has the sole authority of criminal prosecution by the state in his or her district. United States Supreme Court has been very clear time and time again that the goal needs to be justice, not merely conviction numbers. And I think we've heard from Commissioner Stevens and Council President Moreno about just the need for that focus on that term. And to that end, the office is taking a laser focused approach to violent crime, meaning we will be focused on working with system stakeholders to decrease recidivism in all areas, but really being laser focused on people that are hurting people in the city of New Orleans. And we're also going to be tracking that recidivism so that we can share it with this body so that you all can have real measurables about what is working and what is not working. Since taking office, I have been working to assemble and retrain the best team possible of ADAs, of investigators, of diversion counselors. We've also endeavored to create a new division of trial assistants, which would be non-lawyers working aside of the section ADAs to deliver their work product better and be more efficient in the job that they do so they can spend more time lawyering rather than tied up with administrative duties. I've also been meeting with third-party interveners that can help us create what Councilmember Giarrusso talked about and what I've heard you talk about, Mr. Chair, a continuum of intervention services for adults and juveniles alike in between jail and release, because obviously that's not enough. The technology has improved on monitoring such that it's not an ankle monitor anymore. There's something that looks almost like an Apple Watch. And if a young person or an adult is told that they can only go to school and home or work in home or counseling in home and work, then we can geofence those locations with new technology and make sure that that is where they are. So that is something that we absolutely can work collectively to try to bring to bear for the juvenile court judges, the DA's office, OPD, and the judges at Tulane and Broad. We've been conducting a host of listening sessions around the city to allow residents to share their real-time experiences. And Councilmember Nguyen and Councilmember Palmer are right about their districts having a serious need of resources and attention. One man from Hollygrove last week told the group that a stray bullet just recently went through his home from a retaliatory shooting. And although he is a huge proponent of criminal justice reform, he too is interested in those different interventions and continuum of services that are available to hold people accountable in a variety of different ways in between jail and no jail. That obviously is going to require strong collaboration and partnerships between the police and all the stakeholders who are here today. But that person's comment really highlights what we're hearing across this community. We absolutely have no time to waste, especially as it relates to our young people. I do want to state that it is a finite number. And when we talk about juvenile crime, we should be very specific that we're focused on juvenile crime and the juvenile court system. During the conversation about juvenile crime earlier, there was an example given about an attempted murder case with a low bond. I was able to track some of that information down while we were on the call. I think the case mentioned by the chief, that dealt with an adult. I just want to be very clear. That was not a young person who was charged with that attempted murder and got that low bond. So I just want to be really specific, because in juvenile cases, those low bonds aren't being given in those situations. And one of the first meetings I had was with the juvenile court judges and the new judges and the judges we've had for some time, because that has to be front of mind, because we don't want to lose any young people that we don't have to. Chief Judge was able to walk me through the robust intervention services that exist. And so we're going to be working together to make sure that we can ramp up and add more. But those cases have been moving forward. COVID has not slowed down trials and resolutions in juvenile court because they don't have to call in a jury. And so I want to make it really clear that those folks have been working very, very hard to process and deal with cases in a very meaningful way. And one thing that we need to be cognizant of, that I know you are, Mr. Chair, all the folks on this call, or most of the folks on this call, minus probably Josh Cox, and I believe I saw Director Emily Wolf earlier, all the folks on this call get brought in after 911 is called, after a victim has been created, meaning the crime has occurred. And we have to be really serious, as Councilmember Wynn said, about our investments in crime prevention. And that really speaks to the situation that we're in right now. We have had, we're in the middle of a global pandemic. Unemployment is at an all-time historic high. People are out of work, kids are not in school, school is remote, and people are isolated. The science of isolation has been very, very clear in terms of the trauma that occurs with young people and adults alike. And we really need to decide, and I've been meeting with school leaders as well, what we're going to do to catch young folks that are traumatized by this self-induced coma we put ourselves in, that are falling through the virtual learning cracks. We're not measuring truancy in the same way that we normally did. So we've got youth that are not being measured. And we've got, to your point, Councilmember Banks, we've got adults that are working, adult parents who are working very, very hard to try to navigate this landscape without the resources to even pay bills or feed children, let alone figure out that virtual learning or report the truancy of their young people. So I really think that there has to be a clarion call with the school system as well to step in and catch some young people. You have my commitment that we will strengthen our work. We have a meeting with the chief of police later on this week to talk about how we're going to strengthen our partnership moving forward. You mentioned ShotSpotter. Well, you mentioned that technology. The technology is called ShotSpotter, Councilmember Banks, and it has no correlation to facial recognition software or gait recognition software. It merely tells the police how many shots were fired, where exactly on the map they were fired, how many gunmen there might be, and there is a cost, but we certainly, I think it'd be a good investment to look at that technology in those neighborhoods like New Orleans East, Lower Ninth Ward, and parts of Algiers where shootings are high. In my conversation with the police chief this week, I want to talk to him about some of the language we have been using to describe crime. We talk about a homicide rate. What I'd like to do in my administration is shift that to a shooting rate, because a homicide rate takes into effect good doctors who may have saved a person's life, or also takes into effect a person who is not a good shot, has bad aim, and maybe did not shoot the person they were shooting at. But if we start measuring shootings, how many times a person is shooting at a person in our parish boundaries, I think we'll get a better measure of how safe or unsafe we are. And that technology you talked about, ShotSpotter, can help us keep violent criminals off the street, because our reduced police force can respond in a faster response time to the exact area of the shots, knowing how many people or how many guns they're going to encounter, and help to get those folks off the street faster. Councilmember Moreno brought up domestic violence. That is going to be a serious tenet. We're going to work with our local hospitals to use the camera technology that can show strangulation marks on darker and brown skin, so that we can start parsing out the felony domestic violence cases from maybe the misdemeanor domestic violence cases that haven't arisen to that more dangerous threshold yet. Chief Ferguson mentioned that repeat offender issue. That is an area that the folks on this call can work on together. I think if we can very quickly make an investment into the new monitoring equipment that is out there, and we may be able to do it in a way that is cost effective, that can use geofencing to immediately let a person know if a person who's been released is outside of the areas they were supposed to be in. I believe that this watch technology can be more appropriate for a young person. The ankle monitor through best practice was proven to not be the best technology for people under a certain age. but I really believe we have to have a global, comprehensive conversation about the mental health component of the thing we're talking about today. Trauma was already an issue. This council is well aware and has been focused on trauma in young people, trauma in adults. COVID-19 has been a health pandemic. People worried about dying, people worried about infecting their parents and grandparents. But we have to start having a conversation about the mental health challenges that have been heaped upon this community and how we come out of it so that we can make sure that that we are addressing crimes before they occur. And lastly, I would say I'm working with the hospital networks to try to convene a vaccination process for judges, staffs, OPD, the clerk's office, my lawyers and investigators, so that we can quickly ramp up bringing the criminal legal system out of this self-induced coma as soon as possible. And hopefully we can have one day where all system actors can go in and get that first vaccine or either that one-time vaccine in an efficient way so that the judges on the call, their staffs, sheriffs, the lawyers in court don't have to do this work at their own peril and at their family's peril. With that, I turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I know that you've only been there for a short period, and so I've just got two questions. Number one, how far are you down the road of meeting with these other players in this process? And then number two, the same question I asked Sean. If there was one thing that you could fix right now to help you do your job more efficiently, what would that be?
Number one, I'll take the questions in reverse order. I think the faster we can get the system, the criminal legal system actors vaccinated, the faster we can safely get back to work. I know we're going to have issues with jury trials, but we have a number of other cases that we need to work on, and we can work on a lot more efficiently when we can be together in a courtroom. So I know that is first and foremost. I do believe that ShotSpotter, that technology can play a role in responding to shootings in this city. I've heard through our listening sessions, conversations from people talking about shots being fired and there being no intervention from law enforcement because nobody died or no one was hit. Shootings, whether anyone is hit or not, make us unsafe. And the faster we can begin to address that and get guns out of the hands of those people, the better. I also think that monitoring technology, it's too expensive for any one agency. The judges can't afford it by themselves. I can't afford it by myself. City Hall can't, well, y'all might be able to if we work together and use some funds together. If we have that monitoring component, we might be able to solve that repeat offender, not silver bullet solve it, but at least get our hands around folks that are no longer in jail, but have to be held accountable and have to have their steps measured. So those would be my three pieces. I wouldn't call them silver bullets, but I would call them major steps to making us helping us get our hands around a very bad situation. Okay, and with regards to my meetings, I've met with about half. I will have completed those meetings by the end of this week. And I'm also involving the school system, school leaders, charter, parochial, OPSB as well, because they need to be involved in that school discipline conversation and truancy conversation as well.
And also, as an adjunct to that, the social service providers who are not necessarily a part of the justice system, but can certainly play a part in this because all of this stuff is holistic. So the YMCAs of the world and the Kingsley Houses of the world, the Boys Town, and all of those kinds of programs that help keep children engaged ought to be a part of all these conversations. So when you do get your outreach, if you would consider including some of them too, because I think, again, that will help make a difference.
Mr. Chair, I will tell you that the Southern Community Network, Family Center of Hope, Dr. Watson, all youth empowerment projects, Son of a Saint, all of them, I've counted them on our list of criminal justice stakeholders because I believe, like you believe, those are the folks that can reduce the number of calls to 911 because they get in the way of that criminal activity. So they've been a part of my cause as well.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, Joe, nobody's waving, so Cindy, I'm sorry. Cindy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, District Attorney Williams. Thank you so much for being with us. I just wanted to share, we talked a lot about accountability and it was very comforting to the ear in reference to innovative programming and ideas that you've already started and implementing, particularly around the non-lawyer strategy. I just thought that was really smart, working with less, and I know many of our departments are working with less, but I really believe that we can do more with less. And I think that you're on the right track of figuring that out. If there's anything that I could do, please let me know. But I also wanted to kind of get your thoughts in reference to your listening session. I've actually been one that's been promoting your listening session in my district, encouraging them to engage in the conversation and be part of solution and feedbacks. Do you guys track in reference to your participant in your listening sessions in reference to areas that they're from?
Absolutely. The transition has been trying to gather as much information from our participants in terms of where they live, what their experience has been, so that we can continue to reach out to them for their input. And although the transition is for a finite period, we are going to continue a lot of that work. Your district is a very unique district because of the landmass and the size. It is a struggle that the NOPD has had to deal with for even when we had more police officers, just covering that amount of space. And so I would look forward to working with you, as I am with those participants in these listening sessions, to focus on those parts of New Orleans East where those crime spikes are highest, so that we can prioritize our response to those areas and create real intelligence in terms of who is participating. I'm not sure who mentioned it earlier, but it's a finite number of bad actors. And the more intelligence we can gather, like you imagine a wall with perpetrators, defendants' names, looking at connecting those dots so that we can make sure that we are rooting out repeat offenders. We've also added special listening sessions for Spanish speakers and Vietnamese speakers as well. And we're going to make sure that this office is staffed with folks who are fluent in reading and communicating in Vietnamese, Spanish, and Arabic, several dialects of Arabic as well, to make sure that we are getting reports of offenses in communities that sometimes we're not reporting it because of a language barrier as well.
Okay, I appreciate the feedback. And again, I look forward working with you. Don't be a stranger. Please let me know how I can work with you to really improve not just District E, but the entire city of New Orleans as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen.
Anyone else? Well, Jason, thank you. This will obviously not be the last time we're chatting. This is just the beginning of what I hope is a very constructive dialogue that we're going to continue to try to dissect this to get down to a real solution as to what we can do to make this better. So I appreciate your input, and stay close because you'll be hearing back from us again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations on your new post.
Thank you. Next up, Judge Karen Herman from Criminal District Court. Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon, Councilman Banks. Thank you for having me. I appreciate being invited to this very important discussion, and I really appreciate hearing all the input from the other criminal justice stakeholders. As I'm sure most of you are aware, we are operational. We've been running. We actually never stopped running. We immediately went virtual as soon as our building physically shut down last March. But with that said, we have to deal with the limitations of our partners as well as our own limitations from a physical standpoint with the number of people that can come into the courthouse. Currently, we are able to have 6 sections of court simultaneously on Zoom on a daily basis. So we've broken down our 12 district level judges as well as our elected magistrate with assigned times for Zoom with the jail. In addition to that, we are having a limited number of defendants that are on bond that are willing and able to come into our courthouse to come in. They also have the option of Zooming in. So we are working basically 2 days a week with jail-based defendants and 2 days a week with just on Zoom virtually. And we've been working very, very closely with the sheriff's office as far as coordinating the protection that we need in the building, as well as being able to access Zoom rooms for our most vulnerable population, those individuals that are still incarcerated. We've also been working very closely with the clerk's office, who has been struggling with issues of being online since before the pandemic, actually dating back to the cyber attack. We are anxiously awaiting the ability to access Court Notify for a police officer witness testimony so that they can get the subpoenas that they need for their records so we can get moving with motion hearings. We're also very anxiously awaiting a nod from the newly elected DA's office as far as the policy that will be in place for witness testimony via Zoom. As you may or may not be aware, the previous administration objected to having Zoom testimony on the basis of the issue of veracity and whether or not someone's being coached off camera. So I think we were the only jurisdiction in the state that was having that issue. And as a result of that, the court stepped up and responded to that objection by creating isolated Zoom rooms in our basement, took over part of another department in the basement of the courthouse so that any individual, be it a police officer or a witness, would go to the room, give up all electronic devices before entering the room. It was monitored by a court employee. And then we had spent the time and effort to create an iPad station in the enclosed room that was all glass so that the person could testify. We really didn't have a lot of activity surrounding those rooms, frankly. I don't think they were used very often. Simply because we're still waiting to see what response the DA's office and or the public defender or private defense attorneys would have with doing those rooms. From a public defender or private defender perspective, if their client is incarcerated, there's a major hesitancy to proceed with a motion hearing without their client next to them that can be so that they can have a full discussion as the motion hearing is ongoing. So in many instances, despite having the ability and resources to convene a motion hearing and allowing the witness to testify without objection from the DA's office perspective, we would have an objection from the defense perspective because their client wasn't in the court, is not still in the courthouse. So, I mean, those are struggles that are ongoing, and I'm sure other jurisdictions have them as well. But I just kind of wanted to paint a picture that I do honestly feel that all the different agencies are genuinely trying to work together to solve a lot of problems. And obviously, there are solutions out there. It's just a matter of going over some of these obstacles that are strictly COVID related and also changes of administrations that we're waiting on new policy, and I'm very much looking forward to working with DA Williams on these issues. And I know we're planning on meeting one day later this week, so I'm looking forward to that meet as well. But that's kind of it from the judicial perspective. We've always we've always been ready, willing, and able to participate in any and all discussions that would assist the criminal justice system as a whole to engender more confidence and belief in the criminal justice system. And we're willing partners to do that. That's pretty much all I have.
Judge, help me, and if I sound naive, it's because I am. I'm not as versed in the criminal justice mechanisms as some, so forgive me. The Zoom process that you're talking about, with that not happening, does that result in people who have been either convicted or who have been accused in being released who would otherwise be incarcerated?
No, we have Zoom going on every day. Every section of court has a dedicated Zoom courtroom that can be accessed by the public through our www.criminalcourt.org website. Each section, you just click on the section and it'll give you access to the Zoom court for that day. In addition to that, we've established a link through our website with the sheriff's office to go directly to docket masters. So any member of the public can access docket masters through the sheriff's website to see what's going on with a particular person's case. They just have to have the person's name and can look it up through a sheriff's office website link. That is to address, ongoing issues we have, being able to access that information through the clerk's office, which I'll let the clerk's office discuss. But it's not, the wheels of justice are continuing to move while we're dealing with Zoom. The only delay is if we have an individual who's incarcerated and his or her attorney doesn't wish to proceed with a motion hearing or a bond hearing without being able to have their client physically in court next to them in that way. That's the one hiccup.
Let me touch on what the chief said would be his number one wish, that folks were dealt with and not just automatically released. Can you talk about what happens when someone who's been arrested, say 10 times for car break-ins comes in? How does that person get back on the street?
Well, we're dealing with the risk assessment tools that are provided to us through our cooperative agreement with the City of New Orleans and through the MacArthur Foundation, dealing with that person's grading as far as what will happen were they to be released. We also have to go through a lengthy traversal of the person's ability to pay, what the mitigating circumstances are, what the aggravating circumstances are for setting a bond. One of the aggravating circumstances would be repeated arrests for multiple counts of burglary. But as you just stated, those are considered non-crimes of violence. And we're dedicating ourselves to taking individualized approach to each defendant that comes before the commissioners. And again, these are our magistrate commissioners, not the judges on the district court level. But because of COVID and because of the numbers that are going on in the jail, that's another factor to consider. But I would imagine, hypothetically speaking, that if someone's arrested multiple times for the same offense, that will go into a higher bond as the person continues to be arrested. I'm not speaking for myself. I'm speaking as hypothetically what a commissioner would take into account when they're making a determination of an appropriate bond amount.
And I'm going to tell you that a car break-in is not going to end the world. It is certainly nowhere near as impactful on a family or as serious as a murder. But I can tell you it is a true violation, having been victimized 3 times directly and my son most recently. It is frightening, it is expensive, it is frustrating, and people want to have something done. So I understand that minor offenders should not clog up the system. The system ought to be available to take care of people who are committing violent crimes. But between those two polar opposites of nonviolent and violent, there has to be a sweet spot somewhere. There has to be a way to keep individuals accountable, because at this point, it appears that there's a revolving door that there is no accountability. So if I get arrested, so what? And I'm going to tell you, if you arrest a guy 10 times for breaking in the car, he didn't break in 10 cars. He just got caught 10 times. Because I promise you, there were times when he broke in cars that he didn't get caught. So what can we do? How do we get to that median? How do we get to a point where the people that are doing things to hurt this community are held accountable, and accountable to the point where it's a deterrent to make people not want to do it again? What do we need to do to get to that?
Well, frankly, speaking from experience, Councilmember Banks, I have all the same issues you do from a personal perspective as well. And I agree with you. It's not a crime that doesn't hurt other individuals. I also agree with you that bonds should be commensurate with the nature of the offense that's going on. But what can we do between jail and options other than jail, alternatives to jail? That is a factor that goes into account when setting a bond. It's one of the federally mandated options that are to be considered, is what alternatives are available to the person other than a cash dollar amount on a bond. You were talking with the other stakeholders as far as what one would think would be most helpful. And I can tell you that from a judicial perspective, a neutral third-party ankle monitoring system would be the most palatable thing that would come into criminal court. That would be an ankle monitoring system that's not aligned with any individual bonding company as a business money-making perspective, but more from a criminal justice safety perspective. It should be run as it was before, from either the sheriff's office as a division of the sheriff's office or from the police department. Are resources strapped? Yes, absolutely. But for those advocates that are constantly pushing for the criminal court system to steer away from money bonds, and other individuals that are victims of crime that are screaming that anyone that's committing these multiple offenses should be sitting in jail, the only alternative is to have someone who's not in jail because that's not in jail because they can't afford their bond, but have someone who's being supervised while their case is progressing through the criminal justice system. And in order to be supervised, you need to do some kind of geofencing like DA Williams discussed, or an ankle monitor, or something that as a condition of the release, if there's a violation of a curfew or a new arrest, that will affect the person's ability to remain on the street, whether it's a crime of violence or not. Those are the types of difficult discussions that should be taking place, even more so now when you inject the domestic violence component of things, the fact that there's people that are out of work, that's frustrated, all those issues start bubbling to the surface. And yes, we could double someone's bond, we could triple someone's bond. But again, you have this whole mentality that that's a dollar figure amount. And you're doing that because you're making an evaluation that the person won't be able to afford that dollar amount. So you're effectively putting them in jail because they can't afford to post the bond. That's not the perspective we should be approaching this from. We should be approaching it as a criminal justice safety issue, not an economic issue. So I agree wholeheartedly with DA Williams with this geofencing concept. I know for a fact that JP, the 24th Judicial District in Jefferson Parish, has the resources and ability to do a full court run system using geofencing locating systems. We don't have the money to do that in criminal court. We're doing the best we can by kind of taping together Zoom, email, and text. And we're constantly contacting different attorneys to come in and out to reduce the numbers in the building, that type of thing, as well as juggling, putting pressure on the public defenders to stay in constant touch with their clients while they're trying to juggle who's in our building and who isn't. I know I'm speaking for Derwin, for Mr. Bunton, that it's a very stressful situation. And his attorneys are overwhelmed with the number of cases they have because there's so much turnover. There's turnover in the DA's office with the new administration. So rest assured that from the judiciary perspective, the clock that's ticking in the back of each judge's mind is the fact there's someone sitting in jail waiting for the opportunity to have their case heard. There's someone out on bond waiting for the opportunity to have their case heard, and there's stress from every corner of that idea that we need to get our case done. We know that. We're doing everything in our power to get things moving. And, you know, frankly, I'm hopeful that within this next month, now that DA Williams has started going through policy decisions, that we're going to be able to really address the backlog that we have. I know, speaking from experience, my ADA has told me repeatedly that she's hopeful and waiting to meet with the supervisors and go over the caseloads. There's things that need to be addressed, resolved. You know, we're waiting, and we're very much willing to be cooperative with that endeavor.
Judge, make sure I understood you. You said that the 24th judicial something, they have the money to do that anchor monitoring?
No. What they're doing, JP, Jefferson Parish judges, Scott Schlegel is the IT judge that's involved in that. But he has set up a geofencing system where the attorneys are all outside of the building. It's like an automatic text thing where they're told when to come in and not to come in. Each defendant that's out also has that system in place. It's I don't know what the name of the system is, but all the judges are part of one unit that's using it. They are having the same struggles with their jail-based population in Jefferson Parish as we are in Orleans Parish, if not worse. Their public defenders are not operating exactly the way ours are, as far as our public defenders are being much more cooperative with willing to come in. And they're also meeting with their clients. Apparently in JP, that's a different discussion. But those are the kinds of issues that we're struggling with right now.
And if that system would make our system work better, why don't we have it?
Commissioner Stevens is waving her hands.
Councilmember Banks, as it relates to the EMP, the electronic monitoring process, about a year ago, or maybe DA Williams can probably relate to the conversations we were having during the criminal justice budget hearing and talking about the electronic monitoring piece as it related to the juvenile piece and the ERC. That was all intertwined in that. I had several conversations with the chief of police and also with the Sheriff Marlon Guzman to discuss the electronic monitoring program, because initially the program was ran by the police and the sheriff. It was a little bit of back and forth. It was housed at juvenile court at one point. The sheriff took it over. NOPD provided the office to man it. It seems to be the important fact, in order to get an EMP, electronic monitoring process, in place, we need to have full cooperation from the sheriff and or the police chief, because that's where it needs to be housed. As it relates to the court, I do know that a couple judges, I believe Judge Bonin had used it before when he was on the bench, but I do not believe it was across the board where all the judges were using it. So I've been open to the process for a very long time. One, it does cost money. Two, the important thing is making sure either the sheriff or the police chief can actually man it and stand it up, because that's where they will be the ones getting the calls when the monitor goes off. It's a lot of intensive work on, once that they get that ping on the person is not where he or she's supposed to be, you have to verify the call. Are they supposed to be away from their home, or are they supposed to go to church? Did they get permission to attend a funeral, the whole 9 yards? So I'm willing to have those conversations again with whomever wants to have those conversations, but we need to have the buy-in from the chief of police or the sheriff in order for the program to run effectively.
So Tanisha, when you had those conversations previously, they didn't want to participate. What happened that it didn't happen?
It was just a lot of things that happened when the program was actually operational. They were blamed for some things that happened in the media as it relates to the program. And it all comes down to one, the money and manpower. So that's where we need to work on how can we work on those two. I don't think they would have a problem with being involved in a process, but it would need to live in one of those respective agencies.
It's very labor intensive, Councilman Banks. It's very labor intensive. And, I just don't know there are so many priorities right now in the criminal justice system. I just don't know which ones weighs more than others. We're trying to deal with something from getting slammed from one side of the coin for bonds that are too high versus getting slammed from the other side of the coin that bonds are too low. And in the middle of that, we're dealing with federal litigation over the way under which we determine what a bond amount should or should not be. And again, we have to comply with the judicial canons that we're required to observe as elected judges, that we have to take every case individually on a case-by-case basis. So with all of that said, it's a big pot of different factors to be determined every single day. And again, that's, I just think that component of having an ankle monitor available to the judges that isn't affiliated with a bonding company would be a big, pressure cooker release valve, for lack of a better way to put it. But again, I know for a fact how difficult it is for a law enforcement agency to take over that. It's very high profile from the media. And anytime there's a mistake, they get slammed for it. And it's also very highly labor intensive because, just as Commissioner Stevens said, they're doing everything on a case-by-case basis. And if all 12 judges are putting all their defendants on ankle monitors and they're trying to keep track of work issues, medical issues, church issues, school issues, curfews, different judges have different curfew requirements, it becomes a big ordeal. But you asked for what I thought would be most helpful, and frankly, I think that would be a big one.
Well, I'm going to tell you, this elephant is huge, and we are not going to eat him all at once. We're going to feed this elephant one bite at a time. So however we need to get to where we need to get to, I think we ought to be working on that. Now, as it relates to this program, it is, from what you're telling me, perhaps cost prohibitive and labor intensive, but we need to have numbers to know just how big or bad that is. So if someone could actually provide us with that, we don't know what we're looking at. We do know that we've got to do something. And if that is something that would make the criminal court system work better, then if we got to bite the bullet somewhere to try to make it happen, I think we ought to accept that and try to figure out how to make it work. I see,
Let me just say one more thing, Councilman Banks, and I don't want to step on Judge Bates Anderson's toes in any way, but what we were talking about from our judicial perspective was hopefully maybe combining the needs of juvenile courts truancy issues, where that's an individualized thing that needs to be point by point for each juvenile. If you could combine those concerns with our concerns with timing of where someone is at a given time in a given day, from a geographic perspective, you might be able to come up with maybe a civilian group of people, almost like the real-time people that are tracking things on computers that can be, you can shoot a notice to law enforcement. You see what I'm saying? Like do something that's a little bit more of a hybrid of civilian and law enforcement that might be cheaper, and it might satisfy the needs of juvenile court issues with adult court issues.
and I'm going to tell you, Judge, I think that that's an excellent thought, because I don't think you need to have a post certification to be able to look at a computer monitor to know if a light goes off.
Exactly.
So we might be able to cut that cost that initially was projected on having post-certified individuals doing the actual clerical work, for lack of a better term, and have civilians doing that and save a few bucks. But we got to be intentional on trying to think outside of the box and coming up with a way to be able to get to this. I see Councilmember Palmer.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to clarify. So this is something that Commissioner Stevens, you're in favor of, the DA is, Judge Herman, Judge Candace, I see Derwin on there, in terms of electronic monitoring and geofencing. Is that something that everybody is in agreement would work?
I am in agreement. I just want to be clear that I don't think anybody is saying it is this silver bullet component.
No. I'm asking the silver bullet. We know that they're like different pieces.
Because
right.
they're going to be instances in which, and this is why the Sheriff's Department and Police Department don't want to have this responsibility when someone is outside of that geofence and commits a crime. The media likes to lay blame at a certain person. And so I think, to Judge Herman's point, there may be some real value in having a third party who is just delivering the information to the appropriate party. And now it allows us to add that to the continuum of other services that are also available to make a quick alert when somebody's outside of where they're supposed to be.
Okay, so we're talking geofencing. We're not talking ankle monitors. Those are two different things.
No. I think they're two different things now because technology has improved. So someone can wear an ankle monitor or a wrist monitor that looks like a watch, right? And if this person is allowed to go to their job at the RTA and to go home and to pick their kids up, those locations can be programmed. And so in any instance, when they're outside of that area, someone can be made aware, or if there's a stay away order saying this person caused harm to this person, allegedly, they're not allowed to go within so many feet of their home. That address can be added to that geofencing component as well. So that's what I was referring to.
So whose responsibility, because we have so many different groups here, would be the one that would research this and bring either an RFP process or structure to us? Would that be you, Commissioner Stevens?
So we have had presentations done within the last 2 years. Actually, the EMP process actually came out of the Office of Criminal Justice budget prior to me coming. When Judge Calvin Johnson was here, I think it was budgeted around $800,000. It was a group of people from the Criminal Justice Council at that time decided to do away with the process because it was not working. And what we found during that time, and at that time, the DA in juvenile, the kids were, and Judge Bates, please chime in when you think it's necessary. I do believe when the kids were cutting the ankle monitors off, they were picking up an additional charge by the DA at that time. So it was a whole lot of things that went into doing away with it, trying to find another alternative for our young people. But this time, I think we need to look at it holistically from the adult and juvenile together and see how we can come up. We've met with a couple of companies out of Baton Rouge that actually services JP, Jefferson Parish, as it relates to the juvenile piece and also the courts. But the biggest issue, and not really an issue, is, but before we start any process, we need to have the buy-in from the sheriff and the police department, the police chief, to make sure that someone from that shop will be willing to work and actually house the program. And then you can talk about bringing in that third party, as DA Williams mentioned and Judge Herman mentioned, to relay the information, like maybe hire someone just to watch the monitoring, because it's labor intense. So you just I can't see taking 6 police officers and just having them assigned to a electronic monitoring process when they need to be boots on the ground handling violent crimes. So it's labor intense, but I'm willing to start that conversation again, start those meetings if necessary with all who agree that, hey, we want to see the project move forward. And the last thing, I do believe, Judge Bates, last year we did apply for funding from the state, from John Bell's Office of Juvenile Justice. And we were told we were going to get the funding for the program. We were going to run it through the court along with JJIC. for whatever reason, turn around, we did not get the funding. So we are back at square one again, trying to figure out if this is something that we really want to do so we can press forward and actually move forward with the RP process. So that's where we are. It's time intensive. So I'm happy to have conversations with the sheriff and the police chief, along with Chief Judge Herman and anyone else on the call that would be interested in seeing this move to fruition.
And
I would
Councilmember
like to be
Palmer,
a part of that meeting. So let me know if I can help get it set or what needs to get it set, because we need to have the conversation and then start trying to find the resources. So please, if you're going to set it up, let my folks know and I'll be there. If not, if I need to set it up, please let me know.
And also, I would add one other piece to that old conversation was just like as Judge Herman articulated with bond, like wealth-based detention is problematic. It doesn't work, doesn't keep us safe, but also wealth-based supervision is problematic. So the old electronic monitoring program also required folks who were on it to pay a supervision fee that they couldn't afford. Right. And from our standpoint, it put out of reach the electronic monitoring for some clients who may have wanted it or wanted and would have done well on it, but simply couldn't afford it. And we know that jail is pretty strong medicine. So putting someone in jail, incapacitating them when they could be out working, paying their rent, going to school, whatever those other activities are, given the charge they have, it simply wasn't available to them because of the cost. So that for me is the point that the devil is always in the details. And this is a larger discussion about a continuum of supervision. That's something we've never had a robust conversation about as criminal legal system leaders. We're either like the chair has pointed out to, it's like, are they in jail or are they home? And the idea of a continuum of supervision, a continuum of custody, is something that other cities and metro areas in particular have talked about and are implementing, and New Orleans is simply behind in that thinking. So I think we just need to come together and start talking about being innovative about our continuum of custody here in New Orleans.
And real quick, Judge Herman, do you know if that's how JP does it? Do they have to pay for it? Does the individual need to pay for that, or does that come through?
So I believe the way they have it, it's a contract. The individual's not paying for their ankle monitors, but I'm not 100% on that. I would have to ask more questions from the JP judges. I will say that Mr. Button's right. I think there would be a lot of candidates that it's just not economically available to them, and they would be well served with having an ankle monitor if they didn't have to pay for it.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Councilman Giarrusso.
Yeah, so I want to weigh in because I've met with Jefferson Parish now about this a couple of times, and at least part of it is funded by a dedicated millage that they have. And that millage, and I see Commissioner Stevens looking at me because it goes to Mr. Button's point, which is, how are we paying for this? Like, so many of the things we're discussing today are resource allocation and how we're going to pay for things. There are also things I think we can do for free, like tracking internally, but to get back to EMP, Jefferson Parish pays for social services, wraparound services, and electronic monitoring sort of as all part of one package. And so I think one of the questions we need to start wrapping our head around is, we're all saying the same thing, right? Which is, there are people who need to be in jail. There are people who shouldn't be in jail. There are people who are in the middle who need, whether it's DV court or mental health court or electronic monitoring or school watch or something, job training, all of these different pieces. But we've got to hone in on what the cost is and how we're going to pay for it. And it seems to me that Jefferson Parish has been doing it, Councilmember Palmer, as long as they have, and considering how robust it is, because it runs the gamut from direct monitoring to the geofencing to other pieces, that we should be looking at that and then figuring out kind of what the cost is and how we get there.
Okay, anyone else?
Yeah, Jen, I just asked,
Cindy?
Tanisha, if we were charging before on the monitoring, what was the fee? What were we charging?
You're muted.
Tanisha, you're muted.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't believe it was a charge. It was just a $800,000 budget line item for EMP, and that was actually going through juvenile court, and that was in place prior to this administration. So I would have to pull up the paperwork to let you know if it was a fee. I'm not sure if Judge Bates can chime in if she knows any additional information regarding that.
So, hi, this is Judge Anderson. So I do apologize. As you're aware, I'm in the middle of court and trying to participate as well. So we did not have a budget item for EMP. EMP was actually budgeted through Commissioner Stevens' office, through the Criminal Justice office. Obviously, she was not the commissioner at that time, so I'm not certain of what the line item would have been. I would say that should it be provided, that it would certainly be a tool that would be used here at juvenile court. I think it would be a very important tool that we do have the ability to use. Commissioner Stevens is right in the sense of we would have some kids that were on the monitor and perhaps having a glitch or having an issue, the monitor gets cut off, I mean, we would get all sorts of stories of the monitor, obviously, as you're aware. But again, that cost would sometimes be redirected to the families, and then it would be a new charge. So that did become problematic. But I think in terms of, obviously, this is, we've got a lot of new people that are on the line, a lot of new judges, as well as the new district attorney. And I believe that if we preserve the monitor for the kids that were more in line with the kids that probably would benefit and do well from the monitor, I think it could certainly be a very good tool to have at the court. I know there was a lot of talk about a lot of the things that we're seeing happening on the juvenile side. We're also seeing a lot of these kids doing it together, and certainly some of them are just going along for the ride, for lack of a better word. So hanging with certain groups of people. So I think the monitoring would allow us the ability to see in real time where some of these kids are going. Again, I believe some of the pushback from NOPD was that if they have to be called out to actually pick up the kid, then they have to have some involvement in the system. So again, we will leave that to you all to decide, but if it is a tool that could be used for the kids, I know that it could have a great usage in juvenile court.
And I'm trying to remember, I think from clients, it was either done, I think you had the option of paying weekly or monthly. And I think monthly, the cost was somewhere around, somewhere in the neighborhood of $50 a month for the.
Okay, so that was on the criminal side, not on the juvenile side.
That's correct.
That was the adult side.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, Judge, thank you. And we will continue. We will continue, Judge Anderson. I know you're in the trial, and I thank you for popping in and out. So if you would go next, please. And you're muted, Judge.
I know I'm unmuting myself now. Thank you all very much. Well, first off, I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to present to the committee. Obviously, it's nice to see you, Councilman Banks, to be heading and spearheading this committee, and congratulations to District Attorney Jason Williams, who is now on the other side as the District Attorney. We did have an opportunity to meet with the new District Attorney, along with the newly elected judges, as well as the judges who have been on my bench, and I think that it was a great meeting in the sense of trying to look at cases and where we are. We do not have the same type of backlog, I think, that criminal court, that affects criminal court merely because of the fact that we do deal with children. And so obviously by law, they have to have certain hearings within a certain amount of time. In addition to that, we do not have any trials that are by jury. So again, we have less people that have to come into the building. We have the less possible threat of any type of exposure. And so obviously, if it's just the judge that has to make the determination of the case, we're able to move some of those faster. like criminal court, we pretty much were up and running in March once this pandemic hit. In fact, I was the detention judge at that time. And because of the unfortunate cyber attack that had happened to the city, we already had a lot of laptops, cell phones for each section, and equipment where we were able to make a transition into working remotely. We were able to reopen our building through the directive of Dr. Hebert, where he came in and did a study of how we could safely open. We received some of the CARES Act money through the Louisiana Supreme Court, in which we were able to put in plexiglass. We were able to set up sanitizing stations. We were able to set up individuals at both the front and the back of the building. We have only allowed one entrance into the building from the front, which allows the district attorney, as well as the public defenders, as well as some of our staff to enter into that way, as well as any other persons that may visit the building. We've also set up just one entrance through the back, in which all of the judges, as well as all of our staff, have to enter into the building to gain access. At that point, everybody is asked several COVID-related questions. They are temperature screened, and then they're given a band in order to safely enter the building. And what we do is we color code the band on a daily basis, so that every day, any person who's in the building, you will see this band that will be on their arm. We are able to conduct our hearings via Zoom. We are doing a lot of first appearances via Zoom. And how that happens is, you can see we are set up in our courtrooms. We've got computers, as well as technology, as well as a camera that is attached to each computer. And what we do is we allow the families to participate via Zoom, and the judge and the judge's staff are present in the courtroom. We social distance by having some in different offices, and having some in the courtroom. And then what we do is, every judge has a case manager or a minute clerk that is assigned to their section. And through the work of our youth and family specialists, as well as through the work of our staff, we get everyone's information and send out a Zoom link for first appearances. We send out that Zoom link to the parent or caregiver. And what we do is we get that information either upon arrest, once that child is arrested, if they are released, we get the information, or we receive that information through a sharing of community resources and databases. And so, as you are aware, we have several programs that are part of our Alternative to Detention programs. That is the MELLOW program, which is Men Engaging in Leadership Opportunities Works. That is the FINS program, which is the Family in Need of Services. The ODAP program, Orleans Detention Alternative Program. The GROW program, which is Girls Reaching Out Works Wonders, as well as Teen Court. So a lot of kids, if they are arrested and they receive a releasable score, just as Judge Herman stated, that we operate on the risk assessment instrument as well. If those children receive a releasable score, they are immediately placed into one of the Alternative to Detention programs. Several of the programs that I named, as well as several programs that have also been part of the Mayor's Initiative, which is the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center program, which is the Intensive In-Home Supervision program, as well as the ERC program. So collectively, we work with all of those different agencies to make referrals for the kids. And we also collectively use the information that is put into a case management system, which is our IGES system. By having the IGES system, we are able to get addresses as well as email addresses so that we can properly notify everyone of the Zoom hearing. We are also using our special process server to serve individuals of notice of court. However, we are serving them and notifying them that a lot of these are taking place via Zoom. If we have families that do not have technology, we also have set up a dedicated Zoom room in which they are allowed to come to the court. They are brought in and they are allowed to go into that room. We do have the benefit of the district attorney as well as the defense lawyers that are housed in-house. So as you are aware, our building has space for everyone. So more often than not, those individuals come into work, but they will also conduct their hearings from their office via Zoom. Everyone is invited to the Zoom link via an employee of the court. Once they receive that invitation, we sort of do them in 15 to 20-minute increments so that everyone is invited to an individualized Zoom hearing for their particular case. There has been some pushback of which we are not anticipating going forward. currently, in which some of the district attorneys had refused to allow, oh, I apologize. That's them letting me know I have a continued custody hearing. I apologize. Where some of the refuse to allow persons to testify via Zoom. However, we have received some case law from the appellate court in which we refused to not go forward with the matter. And so we were actually prevailed. And so there is some upcoming law that does allow us to have the witnesses to appear via Zoom. So those trials are still taking place. Of the 5 sections, every section has a allotted trial date, which means that every section has a day in which they conduct their in-person trials. So that being my day is on Tuesday. So if I have in-person trials on Tuesday, we try to set no more than maybe 2 or 3, because again, some may go, some may not go. What we're finding is we'll be set for trial. Suddenly we'll find out that perhaps the lawyer was quarantined, perhaps the grandmother, all sorts of issues, as you can very well imagine, will arise. And so we're still able to conduct some of those via Zoom as well. So we have been able to continue to get back up and running. We have been able to continue to have hearings and give everyone an opportunity to have their day in court here at New Orleans Juvenile Court. In addition to that, I believe we've had a really good, especially in light of COVID, of working together collaboratively with a lot of the different agencies and groups that you have heard mentioned here on this meeting today. I think that we have really been able to work at doing that. We're also trying to be mindful of not duplicating or putting kids in too many services, but also recognizing which kids can benefit from which program and what might better fit. I believe that we've had a lot of good success with that as of late. I know, unfortunately, some of the things that we see on the news and some of the things that are happening in our community of all of concern. But I think overall, we're having some really good outcomes for some of the children. Our biggest objective has been for this year, and one of the things that we have talked about with our new district attorney is just really trying to move out some of the cases that have been sitting around for a long, long time. Some of the cases where, of course, these kids do need their opportunity to go forward and have a day in court, but also being aware of some of these cases in which victims are no longer interested in pursuing these matters. Again, some of the victims are family members. The situations have worked themselves out, and being able to dispose of these cases properly. I think in the last 7 days that we have done a great deal of that we have found that some of the cases have moved to either being null pros, or where some of the kids are being placed into a diversion program, or they're even being referred to informal FINs, which means that holistically trying to provide what services that family really may need, and being able to focus on some of the more serious cases that we are seeing that are coming before us. All right, so thank you all for giving me the opportunity to present some of what's going on here at Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, and I certainly do appreciate your time.
Yes, just a couple of questions for me, and I see some of my colleagues on. Help me understand what happens. Walk through the process for me. When a juvenile is arrested for a violent crime, what happens?
Well, so if a juvenile is arrested for a violent crime, so the first thing we have to see is that the child's usually brought into the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. And once that child is brought in, then that child is given a list of questions that they look at, and they are placed on the risk assessment instrument, which means that intake will then make a determination of whether or not that child has what we would consider a releasable score. Once that happens, that the determination will be made whether that child should be released on an alternative, should it be a straight release, or should that child be held for a detention hearing, which means that they would be held and have to go forward with a continued custody hearing.
And that's what I want to get clarification on. So a violent crime can result in a child being released, even though it was a violent crime.
Well, that's not necessarily so. It just depends on what type of crime. So most violent crimes, they are going to score a score that would not allow them to have an automatic release. So most kids that come in on a violent crime will not be automatically released.
And you say most. So in those instances where it's not, what triggers a violent offender, be he whatever age, being released?
Well, so normally they're not going to be released prior to either having a continued custody hearing set, but then again, remember, you have to file for a continued custody within a certain amount of time, which then that falls upon the district attorney's office. So there's a certain amount of days of which a child can be held without going forward or having a hearing. And so that's sometimes what happens when a child is released if they haven't had the hearing, or sometimes what you may get and what the child may be arrested on. And then when all the facts and all the circumstances and you get everything that comes in front of you, then obviously that judge has to make a determination of whether or not they feel that child should be released or not.
And I know, I don't know how I know, but I do know that juvenile records aren't public, but they must be accessible to you all in the court system. So what happens with a repeat offender? Kid keeps getting arrested for the same thing or escalating things. What happens?
Well, again, it's case by case. So again, that child will come in. If the child is arrested and the child gets a score, then once we bring that child in, if the child is released, and they may be released on one of the alternatives. But sometimes when we say keeps happening, you have to remember, so say a child comes in and they're coming on a car burglary. And then that child comes in, that child receives a releasable score. Then there may be an investigation that's going on with the New Orleans Police Department in which they may be able to make a determination that there's several other matters that may be pending. So then that child subsequently gets booked on those new charges. But again, the judge can only use the information that is in front of them at the time of the arrest.
And how long does it take then to get to the point where the system catches up with itself? If you only can see the information in front of you, how long does it take to get it? I mean, is it instant?
Well, it just depends on how that case works. So it depends on, say, for instance, they're being looked at something in one district as opposed to another district. So it depends on when that police officer may submit their warrant, when that police officer may have conducted their investigation, when that police officer may have talked to their alleged victim. A lot of times we may get a warrant. I believe that the police officers, I believe Mr. Thomas is on the line, but again, so we may get some information that later we will get subsequent information in regard to perhaps other crimes that child has committed. But again, we can only take what's in front of us at that particular time.
And in this scoring process, are previous offenses calculated into that matrix?
Correct. But again, not necessarily always previous arrest. We have to remember too, and I think that Mr. Bunton's on the line, he can attest to that as well as a district attorney. I mean, eventually we've got to find out whether or not every child before they're innocent until proven otherwise, right? So we have to give them an opportunity to have their day in court. And so a lot of times you may see kids that are arrested, but again, they may not have gone to trial on any of these matters.
And that's exactly what I'm trying to get to. What's the window between arrest and adjudication?
Well, that window depends on a lot of different factors. I would say that first, it would depend on who's assigned the case. So whether or not they're assigned through Louisiana Center for Children's Rights, or they're assigned through public defender, whether or not they've got a conflict, whether or not it's even petitioned, because again, just because a child is arrested, the district attorney then has to petition that case. So sometimes some of those cases are petitioned faster than others. So it's just a whole series of things that have to occur prior to us getting an adjudication date.
Mr. Chair, I just want to give a little bit of just procedure, real granular. I know you're asking because there are some legal timelines. So from the time a child is petitioned to adjudication, if they are held, I still believe it's very short.
Date within 30 days.
Yeah, and the law says they have to be adjudicated within 90 days if they're being held. If they're not being held, the timelines are longer for them to go to adjudication. But Judge Anderson is absolutely right. There are a lot of steps along that chain that can elongate things, how long it takes to get to the continued custody hearing, how long it takes to petition. And she's also absolutely right. Sometimes after the petition, one petition is filed, further investigation, as they should be doing, the police department does, results in new charges, which result in rebooking, which could result in them going back into detention on those charges, for example, as well. And so it's always been my experience that the serious cases, serious charges, do not get released and are usually detained. But after the hearing, one of the elements is strength of the evidence as well. And sometimes there will be a finding of something less than what they were charged with after the investigation. And then sometimes pending further investigation, they'll be upcharged, as we call it. And then we're in a different situation altogether.
And Judge, in real world, how often do you see cases where individuals come before you with those overlapping windows? I understand that there are a lot of links in the chain, but is that a typical circumstance or is that an anomaly?
It just depends. I mean, lately it's been a little bit more typical, but I mean, again, it just depends. I mean, sometimes we get kids that come in and they're charged with one thing, they're able to move through the system. Sometimes we get kids that come in and they're charged with one car burglary, they're rebooked on another, And a lot of times the defense lawyers will ask for additional time so that they can do all of their investigation at once. The district attorney will also start to petition the cases, and that petition would have to be amended. But I really think that, you know, I understand that we're having this meeting today in January, but I believe that we've got a lot of different conversations that are going on. I believe that the district attorney is committed to looking at a lot of these cases. I believe that Mr. Bunton's office as well, and having somebody that's assigned to juvenile court, I believe that we're going to see movement, because again, we're not going to be clogging down. I mean, if you look at my docket today, I've got a docket in which so many matters, they were either able to null pros or be able to move these kids into diversion or be able to make a recommendation that the kids participate in informal fins. So these are cases that are going to close so that we have time to clear up the dockets for some of the more serious matters. And I think that as we all continue to focus on that, and we do have a lot of programs that I believe are all trying to work collaboratively, share information, trying to get on the same page of where we're trying to figure out what is our best situation for these kids. In COVID, we've seen these kids are not nearly as engaged in school. They don't have many places to go. They don't have a lot of activities. And so what's happening is I believe that they're engaging in some negative behavior. And I believe that if we continue to look at what we can offer as a solution, and again, I do understand that, you know, we want to see things safer for our community, we want to see things safer for our city. But again, as we continue to give these kids other opportunities, as we continue to work in partnerships of offering other services, I believe that we're going to see a decline in some of the things that we're seeing.
And Judge, help me again. This is not necessarily something I deal with every day from this perspective, so I'm trying to understand. The kids that you see, the kids that come before you, how many of them come before you more than once? Is it all brand new kids, or are you seeing the same kids over and over?
Well, it just depends. I mean, so we've seen some new kids, obviously, and I am seeing some kids repeatedly. And so, I mean, every day it changes. So some of them I'm seeing some new ones. We have seen some repeatedly, but I would say those repeat kids have probably been about the same 7 or 8 kids in the last maybe month or so. And we're hopeful that perhaps we can figure out what's going on and continue to offer services to the ones that we can't, and the ones that are currently being detained, make sure they're able to move through the system and we get them out of, because again, JJIC is supposed to be a temporary facility where these kids are being held until either they go to trial, but too often than not, I think that some of the kids that we're waiting to see ultimately what would be the outcome of their cases, were they going to be transferred over to adult court? Were they going to be handling the kids were they going to handle everything in juvenile court? Were they going to be able to enter into some type of agreement with the state or with the defense? Everybody was always trying to work towards some type of resolution. And I think with the people who are present currently, that we are moving towards that in a much quicker fashion, so that it's really used as a detention center, and the kids that need to move out of there have the opportunity to do so.
So is it a fair assessment to believe that the majority of the juvenile crime that's being committed is being committed by repeat offenders, or are we bringing new actors in daily?
So we're bringing in some new actors as well. So again, I mean, these are obviously kids, and so obviously their information is, but we're seeing some new actors, but we are seeing some of the repeat offenders as well. But I think some of the repeat offenders are maybe encouraging some of those newer kids. And I think that's where it's really important. You know, every person on this, every councilman on this call has a district that look at it. What's available in your district for the kids? What are they able to do besides where are the parks open? Where is the homework assistance open? Where is the recreational activities open? I mean, the community effort, and as we all continue to work together as a community to engage the ones that we can, because the 11 and 12 and 13-year-olds schools, as we discussed. Somebody's pulling them out. And so we need to figure out what can we offer them? What else can we put in place for them before they get to us?
And if we address those repeat offenders who would not be in a position to recruit the new ones and also wouldn't be in a position to continue the crime, would that make a difference?
Of course it would.
All right, so what do we have to do then to be able to address those repeat offenders? And I don't know enough about the law and what rights or what restrictions we have in dealing with them, but it don't take a rocket science to figure out if you got the same group of kids doing bad things, then we need to deal with those kids. This perception that we've got a juvenile problem is being perpetuated by a handful in perspective to all the rest of the juveniles. It's not that all of our kids are bad. All of our kids are not running around doing nefarious things, but there is a core of them all. So if we could get to that core, I think we'd make a difference. Now, again, I'm not a criminologist. I am operating purely on practicality. But if we got to that to me makes sense that we would deal with the problem. So what do we have to do to be able to more adequately deal with that core of kids that just won't do right?
Well, I mean, as I said before, I mean, services start with education. What's going on in the home environment? I mean, we've got to look at those kids before they are 17. What's going on in the school environment? What services are they being offered? Is there mental health issues that are not being addressed? Is there violence in the home? Who are they even living in the home with? So all of those issues are the things that we need to address. And the ones who are there, really giving them an opportunity, if they are being charged with all these crimes, making sure that those matters are being petitioned in a timely manner. Once that petition is filed, making certain that the timeline is followed by the lawyers of going to court, making sure that we are requesting that we get a trial date and that we can move those kids through the system. So that way, whether they're innocent or guilty or whatever the determination is going to be, that determination can be made and we can really get them in the services that would benefit them. And I think that's the direction that we are moving in. A lot of times we have these kids hanging on and waiting to see what's going to happen, what are they going to be charged with, ultimately what are they going to have to answer to? And I think if we address that sooner rather than later, because just like any child, no matter how bad or negative their behavior is, if you wait too long to provide any type of punishment or anything that they're supposed to be doing, their brains are short and they forget. So making sure that we address the need that those kids have sooner rather than later.
Just two more questions, Judge. There's always a lot of talk about holding parents accountable. What legal rights or abilities, what can you do to hold a parent accountable for something that a child does?
So in Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, I only have jurisdiction over the children. I have no jurisdiction over the parents. However, as I've stated a lot of times, my experience has been that a lot of these parents are asking for help also. A lot of the parents, if we can let them know that the FINS programs exist, letting them know that their parenting programs, in fact, Pastor Watson and I have been in conversation about actually including the parents in on some of the classes, explaining to them that there is help for what they're going through, that there is someone that they can talk to, because these parents are dealing with, just like you said, where's their next job? Where's the next meal? We're a service industry. We already know that a lot of the parents that we deal with are either out of work or working a lot more hours. Offering them support where the parents can feel like, and again, some of the cases that we're getting, when the practice has been of the district attorney that we need a parent to testify against the child when they're coming to court, then that's given a bad taste in both the parent and the child's mouth, right? So I think that there's things that we need to do, that we show the parents that this is a support, that we are not trying to point the finger at what they haven't or have not done, but we're trying to be more supportive in the things that we are recommending and not being too heavy in also the programs and what we're putting the kids in, the expectation of what the parents are supposed to do, understanding that. And I think too, understanding when we know when the kids aren't attending school, what services we can provide, making sure our school system is engaged with the parents. Far too often the school system, parents don't even know how to reach out, who to get the equipment from, how they get on the virtual learning. That's very frustrating for so many of our parents. So again, I have found that most of the parents that come through here, they want the ability to help their kids and they're trying to work with their children and they're not part of the problem. They just don't really know what's the solution.
And then my final question, Judge, the same I'm asking everybody. If a hole in your bucket needed to be fixed, what is that? What do we need to do to address whatever problems you are facing, what's the thing that'll help your operation move better?
So I think one of the things that would help our operation move better is, again, I'm in full support of electronic monitoring system. I think that would be beneficial in the sense of being allowed, some of the kids being allowed to get out, but also having the opportunity to know that there's going to be a system in place that will be monitoring them. And I also think just continuously to support our programs. I think far too often, I know we are going forward before the Criminal Justice Committee on Wednesday, where we are going to be doing an ask for some of our grants, which are our Men Engaging in Leadership Opportunities Works, our Girls Reaching Out Works Wonders, also our Teen Court program. But far too often, myself, Mr. Bunton, Mr. Rizzio, the district attorney, we're all going after the same pot of money. So all of us have the same objective. We're all trying to help the kids, but then again, we're all going after the same pot to help our individual children. And I think just making sure, we have had these meetings far too often. We talk about what we need, but the resources, and we know for everybody, right, that it's limited right now for everyone, but just really collaborating together, sharing what resources we have, working in partnerships, making sure that when we are presenting the resources that are available to the families, that we are saying, hey, we know it's not one size fits all. Here's something that may possibly be something that could benefit you. Making sure that we are engaging our families, making sure that we're giving our kids an opportunity, getting them some of the basic necessities. We've got the book that we talk about some of the programs that the city has. And one of the basic things some of those kids need when they come in is a state ID. Making sure that all of our programs are just doing some of the basic necessities that these kids need to move out of this system. Most of the kids that I see come in one time, they've made a mistake, they've done something wrong, they move on from it, and making sure that we give them an opportunity to get the best that they can if they have to have an experience here in juvenile court. And that is registering them to vote once they hit 17, providing them with a state ID so that they can participate in the programs that are being offered, having the opportunity to participate in so many programs that we know exist around the city where we're sharing that information. In addition to that, making sure that our neighborhoods are engaged, that we have actual areas in our neighborhoods that are safe spaces. I mean, some of these kids have weapons that they are interested in not even being involved in. But if a juvenile is in possession of a firearm and they go to turn in that firearm and then they're being charged for having a firearm, that's a problem. So just giving our kids an opportunity to just be kids. And I think we would see quite a huge turnaround in our city.
Colleagues? Joe?
Yeah, good afternoon, Judge. I know you've been bearing with us for a while, but I want to follow up on some of the questions that Councilmember Banks asked, which primarily are, there are kids who are being arrested multiple times. And it just seems like this is the thing we keep on talking about. You heard the police at the outset say, we're arresting, they're getting released. What are we supposed to do? Now that somebody's arrested once, maybe even twice, but at dozens of times they're coming through the system. There seems like there has to be a better tracking mechanism and frankly, something to do with these kids.
Okay, well, first of all, I'll disagree that they're not coming through dozens and dozens of times. So that's one.
I've got data that says otherwise.
Okay, but I would say, but again, the data is, are these kids being charged? Are they being arrested? Are they coming in? So I would dispute that there are kids that are coming in dozens and dozens of times. But anyway, that's really not what the issue is. And I think, yes, that we do have kids that will get arrested. But, just as the chief knows, he and I speak very often about this very issue, that first off, a child is arrested, but they are considered, number one, until anything otherwise, that they have a presumption of innocence. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if they had come in and they have a releasable score, the law provides that that child should be released. If they're not being released, then I detain them at JJIC, which has happened far too often. Then eventually we get a motion to release. So these kids are detained 30, 45 days. So how long am I supposed to hold a child while I'm waiting to determine, is a petition going to be filed? Where are we going to go with this? Is this a matter? Because you have to realize that we do get some kids that are arrested and we do get some kids that come in, and sometimes we go to trial and we make a determination of that there is no guilt, that we make it. So you have to remember that we only take what comes in front of us. And so I would dispute that we having kids that are coming in on dozens and dozens of occasions. But again, I would say that what we do is once a kid comes in, they go through the process. We make a determination, we place them in a program. Yes, we do have some kids that are released on a particular program. They may come in again. Those kids are normally detained until their trial date. And then we have the next set of kids. But again, we get ready for trial and then nobody's ready for trial. We get ready to have a next hearing and the lawyers are requesting additional time. So how long are we to house those kids in a detention facility when we have not made any determination of whether or not they've actually committed these acts or not? So everybody's got to get on the same page and be ready to go forward with these matters as well.
Well, I appreciate that, but I guess at a certain point, it seems like everybody's doing this, right? The
Well,
police
I'm
are
not, I have never.
well, but wait, let me finish,
Okay,
please,
so I just want to
because I feel like what the police are saying is we arrest, they get released. What you're saying is there's problems with the DA's office and that they may not be petitioned correctly.
No, I'm not. I'm saying these are all a totality of all the circumstances. Like for right now, I actually have a continued custody hearing that they're calling me and that I have to have the hearing because again, if we don't have certain hearings within a certain amount of time, if we don't go forward with the hearings and those kids are released. So there are all types of issues of why a kid may or may not be released or may not be detained.
Well, what kind of mechanisms are used? I mean, I know there's I guess like an RAI or close to it scoring, but is right, the RAI, the risk assessment. Is there other criteria to use? Because for example, Jefferson Parish has something where for recidivators, they actually have like 3 different classifications for certain kids. And to the point Councilmember Moreno raised much earlier on DV, if one kid has come through your court, for example, 6 times, are they getting assigned to another judge? Or do
no,
they
so what happens is in juvenile court, we have one family, one judge. So if a child comes in, we try to make certain, unless they have a co-defendant, that child is sent to the exact same section. And so what we do is if the child comes in, unless that judge had the child on a continued custody hearing, but we do monitor the cases and we make certain that every judge handles that same family, if at all possible.
Okay. And then when you said earlier, one of Councilmember Banks' questions that the court's keeping objective data about what's going on, is that data front facing? Because I understand the juveniles have privacy issues, but I want to just see what the public can see about what's happening.
Yes, we do keep the data and we just do not provide the names.
Okay. And then, I guess one of the other things is you mentioned electronic monitoring, and I know Jay asked for budget holes and everybody needs resources, but are there things that are done on a basis that doesn't require money? So for example, let's say the terms of a probation are Joe's supposed to go to school every day and check in. How does that happen to make sure that, particularly for somebody who doesn't have significant offenses, that's being done regularly?
So those kids are on probation through the Office of Juvenile Justice, and we do have electronic monitoring through the Office of Juvenile Justice. So normally the kids where we're asking for the electronic monitor would be on once they are released, prior to getting into, so they have not been assigned anything through OJJ because they have not been adjudicated delinquent. So those kids would not be monitored through that process, but those kids are actually monitored. Currently, we're working with JJIC with the intensive in-home supervision program, as well as with the Evening Reporting Center, as well as with ODAP. And so all of those persons do check in. So they will call in to determine whether or not the child is home. But again, that's not a monitor. They're just using telephone as well as FaceTime, as well as reaching out to the family. So go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you.
Okay, so that's all. I was just explaining to you just how it works, but it's not an actual monitor on their ankle.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And is there like a back end verification though? So again, my probation is I'm supposed to check in and go to school Monday through Friday. Does OPSB then send you the thing and say, yeah, Joe was there every day, or he missed this day because he was sick, or how is there a double check?
So again, so that those are 2 different things that you're asking. So one is if they're on probation, then they are monitored through probation and parole, and they will monitor their school. They will also get records in regard to school prior to being on probation if they are released on one of the alternatives. So for instance, with our ODAP program, they will actually check in, and our youth and family specialist will actually contact the school social worker, and then we will receive the school grades. And in fact, ODAP as well as GROW and MELO will also go to the schools just to find out what's going on, have even offered assistance with trying to get the kids computers if they need them, getting them re-signed on in that. But again, it's 2 separate sides. So it's one side pre-adjudication and it's one side after they've been adjudicated.
is all that entered into a place where you can see it? So let's say, Joe is gone, I'm out of the system, you never see me again, it's there, but then I come through again and the judge see number of arrests, what the probation was, whether I complied with the terms of probation, all of that's available.
All of that's available.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good seeing you.
Thank you. Good seeing you. Thank you.
Hey, good
Cindy?
afternoon. Yeah, thank you, Jay. Good afternoon, Judge. Just on Joe's comment, I think the New Orleans City Council, we were working with juvenile on a dashboard to provide information around juvenile crime, but also protecting the privacy of our young people, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so, and I don't, maybe, Jay, we can get more updated from Jeff in reference to our dashboard, because I know that that was something that the committee worked on when Jason was chairing it, because I think those informations are also very important as well. But Judge, going back to your comment in reference to the revolving door, people feel like there's a revolving door with juvenile court. So when you get a young person in front of you and you are releasing them into society or back into the community, are we sending them with resources or connecting them to a court-run program that could help address issues that you mentioned?
Yes. So once a kid, so the kids that are released are all released on a program. So depending on their score, again, but they are all released into a program. So they will either be released into just the programs that I had previously mentioned, if the children are actually detained. So some kids get an automatic release, right? Some kids will be arrested. They will go in that night. They will go through intake. Intake will do the score, and then a determination will be made whether or not they should be released or not. Some of the kids are detained. However, they have been detained, and then some of them are reached out by the advocates at JJIC to determine whether or not they can participate in that program. And so once a child is released, they are released into one of many programs. But again, you have to make certain, we have to follow up. We have to make certain that we can get the parents engaged, making sure that they're following up with the program, making sure that they are participating. And again, just as Councilmember Giarrusso said, some of those kids then subsequently throughout that time do get rearrested. A lot of times too, what we'll see is some of them may not be rearrested on new charges. They will be rearrested on open item warrants that had already existed. So you may see a kid that comes in and the kid comes in again and has been rearrested, but that may have been an open item warrant for something that happened prior to what they were arrested to for that date. So those are all factors that we'll take into consideration upon release. And then a lot of times if the kid is detained, then they'll come in for a continued custody hearing. And at that point, they'll either make an argument for release or they'll file a motion to release and request that the children participate in a particular program.
So going back to some of the court-run programs, so that, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, it's MELLOW?
Yes, MELLOW, which is Men Engaging in Leadership Opportunities Work. Orleans Parish Detention Alternative Program.
Okay, and I think FINS.
GROW is Girls Reaching Out Works Wonders, and FINS is the Family and Needed Services Program through the Louisiana Supreme Court. And the FINS program can be formal or informal.
Okay, so meaning what, like virtual or in person, or what do you mean by informal and formal?
Okay, so formal FINS means that if the district attorney files a petition and it's converted to FINS, that means it is a formal FINS case, which means that they're formally going before the FINS judge. If it's informal, it means that that child has entered into an agreement with the FINS department as well as with their parent or guardian, of which they are agreeing to follow certain rules, do certain things, attend school, show respect to mom, honor curfew. And if they abide by that, then that informal FINS case is closed and they never come back through the system.
So can you share with, I definitely would love to get a copy of the risk assessment tools that you guys use to score at individuals when they come before or come to juvenile court. And you also mentioned that if they get a certain score, it's an automatic release. What is that score? I mean, can you talk a little bit about the assessment tool?
So the risk assessment tool is where they take into a number of factors, whether the child has been here before, whether the child has been rearrested. And what they do is they do a scoring process. And once they make that score, then there are some scores which are automatic release, which we do judicial overrides, which means that even if a child is automatically released, then that particular judge always has a judicial override, which means that child is not released.
And what kind of case is that? Like if they're a repeater?
It just depends. Some of the car burglaries we are holding, as well as some possession of firearms, sometimes domestic. It just depends. It's just case by case. Normally, the intake supervisor will reach out to the detention judge.
Okay. And I don't know, Jay, you asked my question because I know I had to step away for a second. But I wanted to know can you share with us in reference to the number of kids that are going through or entering into the juvenile criminal justice system are part of the court-run programs in 2020?
I'm sorry, were you asking a question of me?
Yeah,
Okay.
I know you're multitasking, and thank you so much for entertaining us. I just wanted to know.
I really appreciate the opportunity. It's just we've got court today too. So I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
So my question was around the kids are in your court-run programs in 2020. How many are those are involved in your court-run programs in 2020? If you don't have the data, you could email it to me or to the committee. I think that would be great to kind of see what kids are in the program, are part of the program.
Okay, and so your question was just how many kids are in the programs?
Yeah, in the court-run programs that you've mentioned.
Okay.
And are these kids in the juvenile system or kids that are outside the juvenile system?
So the kids that are in our court programs are obviously, they've all been in the juvenile system. So to them, right. So the only ones that have not necessarily been in the system are the kids on the fin side.
Got
so
it.
That means that the kids may have had some behavior that's ungovernable. Maybe they had suggested that they reach out to FINS through school. And so that's where it's an informal FINS process.
And
go ahead.
And do you monitor outcomes of the services that we're providing to these individuals in the program? Do you see a positive outcome, or do you see that they're repeating again?
So we've seen a real positive outcome. We've had, in fact, 0 recidivism with the Grow Girls, very low recidivism with Mellow, but we do keep the numbers. And so, I mean, obviously with every program, I mean, some of the kids do come back, but we are seeing some really good outcomes. I'd say even with some of the more serious cases that we're seeing in terms of with even the reporting center, in terms of working with YAP, even in terms of working with the intensive in-home supervision program, just having some of those people that are monitoring, calling, checking on the kids. We've seen some good outcomes just really this early.
Yeah. And
I'm the detention one for the month of January, so that's why I have just an idea of what.
And thank you for bringing up the evening reporting center. Even in the midst of COVID-19 and everything, you guys are still utilizing the evening reporting center as a tool.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the evening reporting center, I mean, throughout the month of March, April, I mean, especially all of our programs in terms of with ODAP. I mean, these programs have really been, I think, just an extra connection for the families. I mean, they've used the programs not only just for the kids within the system, but just also helping the family receive services that they may need, connecting them with other services through the city. So I think it's been very beneficial to the families to have these extra steps. And obviously too, based on just COVID and the lack of communication, having to do all of these things virtually and trying to just keep up with people. I mean, it's been just an additional tool of making sure that we're connected to the families and have access to let them know what are the next steps.
Sure. Thank you, Judge. I'll follow up in an email to see if I can get a copy of the risk assessment and then actual data to show the impact of the court-run programs. And then even the number of kids that are in those programs. I would love to just kind of see the data on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions for Judge Anderson? All right, thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Moving on, I know we've been here a minute, so I'm not sure who we still have left. Is the clerk still here? Clerk Morell, are you still here?
This is Keith. I'm here for the clerk.
Okay, if you would, please, sir.
The only thing I think he wanted to bring to your attention is that we are accepting e-filings. You can go to the website to get the correct information to try to shortcut the process during COVID. And I think that's all he wanted to say at this particular point in time. Unless you have questions that you wanted to ask directly.
Well, yeah, Keith, I did have one. I mean, it's been rumored that there has been issues with getting subpoenas out, and
yes,
obviously COVID is an issue. So how are you all handling making contact with people in consideration of what's happening with COVID?
Since the city cyber attack in December, the court notified system, which is the electronic notification system, has not been operational. For those subpoenas that we need to do internally, we have been physically handwriting those subpoenas, and they're amounting into the hundreds of subpoenas that are being handwritten. We are having some issues with notifications that normally the outside offices, such as the public defender's office, the district attorney's office, would send their subpoenas through the court notified system. They have not. They have been trying to send them to us to do it, and this is creating a backlog of the number of subpoenas that we are handwriting. We have been working with the city to try to get that corrected, and hopefully they're doing some test runs now that may be solved within the next, say, 30 days.
Okay. And the question of the day is, where's your hole in the bucket? What can we do to help you make your operations go better?
Well, our hole in the bucket is trying to survive COVID in terms of keeping staff safe and keeping productivity at full capacity. With the changes of scheduling and things of that nature, has been a juggling act just to keep everything fully operational. But at this particular point in time, we are keeping the ship afloat, trying to keep everything going. The problems that come up, like with Code Notify, is something that we have to just adjust to. And we've just been adjusting with the problems as we get them and deal with them.
Okay. Colleagues, were there any questions for the clerk? All right, seeing none. Keith, thank you.
Okay.
Moving on, Sheriff Guzman, are you here? Commissioner Stevens.
Sure, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, Sheriff. Please, if you would, sir, talk to us about what's happening with you and what can we do to help you make your life better, which will make the lives of the citizens better.
I know the hour is late. You know, we certainly have to revisit the budget on making sure that we have sufficient funds. But we've been working with the courts, working with the police department. We have 6 Zoom locations at the jail where we're conducting trials with the courts, not trials, but hearings, in some cases, judge trials. So we're working hard at it, trying to do the best that we can under these circumstances. We've reinstated visiting at the jail, so the visitors are able to come and do video visitation here. So there's several things that we have going on.
Can you give us a status of where we are with the consent decree?
We are currently at least in partial or substantial compliance with all parts of the consent decree except one. And we expect at our next visit to be in substantial compliance with all parts. And we've already begun a process of trying to start the clock. It's a 2-year clock on those that we are in substantial compliance with.
And I know you don't drive the train specifically, but when do you anticipate us coming from under the consent decree?
I wish I could tell you, you know, in 2 years, but probably be closer to 2.5 or 3 years.
Okay.
Because there's a 2-year period that has to transpire.
All right, there was some conversation earlier about having an electronic monitoring system and it being housed either in your shop or with the chief of police. And I don't know if you were on the call then, but the discussion took place as to whether whose house it would be housed in. So we're going to be convening a meeting between you, him, and those folks involved in that to try to see just how we can make that happen. So I don't know if you were there. I couldn't see who was on the screen. So just giving you a heads up that that's coming. And colleagues, do you all have any questions for the sheriff? All right, I just got to tell you, man, that witness protection background you got, we could not see you. All we could do was see a silhouette. So that witness protection, oh, there you are. Okay.
This is a little better, huh?
That's a little better, man. I thought you were in witness protection or something, but that looks much better. So with that, Sheriff, I don't think we have any additional questions. I appreciate you taking time to be here, and we will be contacting you as we move on to the next phase in these conversations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Commissioner, you have been speaking all day, so I don't know what else you got, but I want you to bring us all you have. Tell us what we can do. And you're muted, so you need to unmute.
Thank you all
ma'am.
for having me here, and thank you for the opportunity. I don't have much to add other than Office of Criminal Justice Coordination is always standing ready to work wherever we are needed. We are taking and working with the courts during the last almost year. You look at time, last March, it's when everything started in the pandemic, trying to figure out what was next, how we move cases through the system, how do we get people that need to be out of jail, and how do we combat the spread of COVID-19. So to all of the criminal justice partners, thank you for all of your work that you have done. It has been difficult, but through it all, we've made it, and we still have great strides to continue on our task moving forward. One person I did not see on the call, and it may be helpful to have municipal and traffic court representation on the call the next time you have one. They're doing great work. If they hadn't been invited, I'm not sure if they were or not, but sometimes it's one court now, so they'll miss out on some opportunities. But we have been looking at ways to move forward, move the criminal justice system forward as a whole during this pandemic, and we've learned a lot. And I think we've learned a lot to reimagine our criminal justice system after COVID is going on, and how we do that and take care of our people at the same time. Municipal and traffic court have done a great job, as well as criminal district court and juvenile court on the facet of hearing cases and moving through the system. I will say Orleans Parish has been one of the parishes that have stood out the most within the state, because they have actually, they got the ball rolling before most other parishes were still trying to figure out how to navigate during the pandemic. Zoom court is working. Zoom court is working really well in municipal and traffic court. We do see a need to continue that past the COVID pandemic. What we have identified is that is an aspect where we can utilize people from taking off of work just to go to municipal and traffic court to get a court date for a ticket or disturbing a peace, a new court date to show up in court at another time. Before COVID, you would have to actually show up in person, see a judge, get a new court date, and then you're dismissed and you go back to your duties. So having people not being able to take off of work, leave their work to come to 727 South Broad Street to get a new court date when you can do it by Zoom is going to be a cost saving for not only our citizens, but also for our city as well. So we're looking at ways to prolong that and make that part of our after COVID. Municipal court did receive about $50,000 to do some of that Zoom work, and they're looking to get some more grant opportunities as it relates to that. So that is a win-win for all of us in a new direction that we certainly welcome during this time and past COVID times. We're still moving forward in our efforts as it relates to
You muted yourself.
I'm sorry. The police is still doing what they can as it relates to issuing summons when possible. We appreciate that for especially our nonviolent offenders. And it is safe to say, you know, we look at the jail population where we were during, I think March, April, May, June, we saw a decrease of like 760 people was the average. Now we're right back around 940 on the daily population. But we are making sure that people that should be in jail are in jail. We do understand, you know, the bail bond and all of that, all the talk around that piece, but we do understand that that does not keep us safer as a city. But I do believe that all of us can agree that we do have one common goal, and that is to have a safer city. So we look forward to continuing the work, doing what we can do as it relates to our efforts in holding people accountable, having a more effective and efficient criminal justice system for all of our people. And that is to include our juvenile piece. One thing that has been on my horizon for quite some time, maybe since last year before, is we formulated the ERC, which is great. We talk about programs for our kids once they touch the system, which is great. But I am one who would like to see programming start before our children touch the system. And that, I don't know, the school system has changed since I was there 30 plus years ago. I do not see a unified school system. And I think it may help if we can get some unified school administrators on the same page as it relates to our kids, because I do believe if we can get into the schools early on to address the needs of not just the child, but the family as a whole, that will also help with some of what we're seeing on the streets from our young people. And it is very disturbing nowadays to see our young people, especially our young girls, being involved in criminal activity. That has never been the case before, but we're seeing that escalate to girls being involved in these activities. So I'm open to discussions and, you know, brainstorming to see how we can mitigate that and actually put programs in place before our young kids get involved in the system. And I think it's very helpful. I won't take up any more time. I've talked most of what I needed to say, but as always, my office is here. We're standing ready to do what we can to help our system. And I will get together and send out an invite around the EMP. We can start those conversations again and look at funding. We do have some funding coming from the state and the federal government. So I'm happy to engage in those conversations with any of you. And once again, thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions? All right, well, I want to again reemphasize that that EMP thing, I think, is something that we really need to try to do all we can. Obviously, I think one of the biggest takeaways about today is that if the police arrest somebody, but they're released right back on the street, we really haven't fixed the problem. So whatever we can do in terms of trying to stand up the system in terms of not having the revolving door, I think will lead to a good end. So Commissioner, thank you. And I'm waiting for your email. I will be at the meeting whenever it is. So thank you for that. Moving on. The next presenter was Patrick Young of Cure Violence. Pat, are you here?
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I just want to thank everybody for allowing us to be here today. I think we had a PowerPoint. I didn't know if the guy would be able to present it.
Sure.
I'm pulling it up right now.
But while you're waiting to get that, Pat, would you just give a 30,000-foot overview of exactly what Cure Violence does? I know that probably many of the people who are looking at this and listening to it don't know what Cure Violence is. And just give us an overview of exactly what you do. And the reason I wanted you all included is because you are on the ground dealing with folks that are involved in these activities. So that's why I think that you all are a vital resource that we ought to try to make sure that you have a role to play and a bigger role to play. So if you would just give us that overview and then go on to the presentation.
Well, it goes right into the presentation. Actually, if you go to the first slide, it'll help you give that information. Is that Simply Cure Violence has this public health approach that violence is a learned behavior and it can be prevented using disease control methods. Simply, 1, detect potentially violent events and interrupt them to prevent violence. 2, provide on-call behavior change and support. And 3, change community norms. And so we're on the ground, as you say, because we believe that violence is spreading like a virus, and we have to find that immediate contact tracing point where we can see what outbreaks are so we can prevent it from happening again. So one of the main things that we do is try to stop retaliations. So if there's a shooting in any area, we respond to the hospital, and we were recently added to the New Orleans East Hospital. But we respond to the hospital, to those shooting victims. Sometimes it's the victim or the person who did the shooting. And we are trying to talk to family members, engage the people that was involved in the incident to see pretty much what happened and how did it break out. And then what can we do to mediate the ongoing conflict in the community, try to cool some of those tensions and just really talk. And get a pulse of what's really going on the ground in some of those communities. Next slide, please. Next slide. And so as we see the Cure Violence Hospital Response Team, we find, so in about July of last year, we found that there were 5 different zip codes who had the most shootings in those areas. So instead of focusing on a citywide strategy, we decided to customize the strategy to 5 zip code areas that had the most shooting responses in those areas. So the targeted approach was 7114, 7117, 7119, 7126, and 7127. And what we started tracking was how those responses change in our engagement. So you can see from November, December, and currently in January in 7114, which would be the Algiers area, we were able to see that some of our impact and our mediations started to have some type of effect that, you know, people were listening, we were able to cool some tensions, and some things that possibly could turn to retaliation and more shootings, it didn't occur because we were able to intervene. As it's been said all morning, the 2 areas of concern has always been 7119 and New Orleans East, which is the 5th district and 7th district. And so we would like to applaud Councilman Cindy Nguyen, because she recently came out with us to canvas in the community, and she was able to see firsthand. We engaged about 30 businesses in New Orleans East, just talking not only to the community, the people that live there, but also the stakeholders as far as the business of what can we do to support each other? How can we get engaged? And Councilman Nguyen was there with us to really walk through the community and walk through those businesses to get a pulse of on the ground what's going on. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And I'm just going through the slides just because of the time. I know we've been here for a while and some things were said and we just don't want to keep repeating some of the same information. But one of the things that we're doing now at Cure Violence is we want to build our social work capacity. And so we're working in conjunction with the Office of Youth and Family, which I'm pretty sure Ms. Wolf will speak to in more detail. But as we deal with trauma on the ground, we need to have a catch basin in our organization for people. We don't have a full staff of licensed clinicians that will be able to identify all the trauma behaviors related to violence. Violence isn't just gun violence. We have domestic violence, gender-based violence, belief-inspired violence, prison violence, post-conflict violence, election violence. We see schools and mass shootings, suicide. So there's a whole group of violence that we may encounter on the ground. And what we want to do is we want to be able to refer those people to a suite of services, but also be able to be professionally analyzed to find the best service outlet for those people who we encounter. Next slide, please. speaking to our suite of support services. So one of the most helpful partners was also talking to Commissioner Stevens and her group and with reentry support services, and her team was able to give us a suite of services and support systems that as we reach out into the community, we know who's available, who can we refer to, but also we can make a direct link to some of the needs that are on the ground. Next slide, please. But also internally, we, because of COVID and some of the restrictions that was placed and budget concerns, we also had to make a lot of changes in the organization. So we were reduced from a team of almost 17 individuals to now 8. And for us to keep working in the arena that we're in, we have to make sure that we're up to date on what's needed and how we can deliver the best to our community. So we do an ongoing professional development, increasing in training, constantly learning how trauma not only affects the community, but how it affects us and how we respond effectively in the community. The training is important because it allows us to give those professional responses to people that may not always have professional intentions. Next slide, please. And so part of our work, we recently started doing RBA, result-based accountability. So basically, when you ask, what do, we can tell you how well we did it and what was the quality of the change that we produced. Part of our tracking and measuring is, again, strategically going from initially when Cure Violence started, it was a central city thing that was expanded citywide, but then also now we specifically looked at those zones. For the past 4 years prior to 2020, you saw a reduction in murders. So from 173 in 2016 to in 2019, it was like 114. And then dramatically an increase in over 202 in 2020. So we want to specifically figure out what was the area of concern, what changed, and what was the drastic thing that really made an impact as far as why people reacted the way they did. We want to get on the ground and really talk to people and really figure out what's going on and why people are reacting in a violent manner. Next slide. So a new initiative that we're proud to start this spring is our Barbership Fellowship Program launching in spring 2021. Next slide. And the way it works is, here's a solution that we feel will work. If we look at an environment as an active virus, so the yellow pieces on the dot is the virus in the environment, in the community. What we do is we use violence interrupters to mediate and neutralize conflict. So that's the strategy of the antibody, neutralization of that virus. And then we hopefully have a community that has less violent activity. And so with the fellowship, next slide, please. We found that every area in all these identified areas from Algiers to New Orleans East, one key stakeholder that is constant in every area is a barbershop. And so we want to propose establishing a barbershop fellowship program to be known as the Collective. It would create a network of community mediators and conflict interrupters. So we would go in and train the barbers on how to resolve conflicts, be mediators, make this a conflict-free zone where we can just talk down and really prevent any further escalations of violence in those communities. The same way you would train someone in CPR. So if there was a heart attack in one of those shops, they can provide some type of assistance until paramedics arrive. We don't have enough foot soldiers or people in our organizations to respond to every violent activity. Mostly, again, when there's a shooting, we'll go to the hospital, but that community right now may still be in an uproar over something that happens. By having these barbers in those communities trained as mediators, we have an opportunity to increase the manpower, but also to have a voice of reason immediately at the point of contact. And so this fellowship program, it's new, it's innovative, but it's a new initiative that we feel be helpful to try to de-escalate some of the violence that's going on in our communities. Next slide. And so before we conclude, I just want to say again, thank you to everybody that's on the call that's been helpful with our program and continue to reach out to us. Also, I want to acknowledge the NOPD and Sergeant Jolivet, speaking with her and working with our organization and trying to bring in other community partners and community stakeholders to really support the work that we have been doing on the ground. It's not an easy task. And I also want to give a shout out to my Cure Violence guys for the hard work that they do on a day-by-day basis. And so if there are any questions that you may have.
Pat, thank you. I wanted you to come specifically because the idea of criminal justice, it's bigger than just the courts, it's bigger than just the police. It also has a lot to do with prevention. And you guys are on the ground. And there's an old saying, my uncle used to say, you got to meet them where they live. You all are out there in the community and are a valuable resource in terms of you can have access to potential offenders or potential victims probably quicker than any of us on this side of the dais can. So with that, I wanted you all to be highlighted because we need to be working in partnership, not just with you, but with these other preventative type entities that can help us stop stuff before it happens. Because reacting to it, by then somebody's already hurt. So I value you, man, and I value the work that you do, but that's why I wanted you all to be here because you all are integral players in this process too. The whole idea, I mean, if I could have my druthers, man, this would be Mayberry. We wouldn't have any crime. But getting to that, it's not going to be an easy piece. And I value the contributions that you all are making in helping to keep the violence down. Any comments from my colleagues?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Cindy, please.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, Patrick, thanks for the presentation. And of course, thank you for engaging me and connecting me with the work that Cure Violence have been doing in the community. I think one of my thoughts, and then wanted to kind of get your feedback, are we using Cure Violence in the most effective way? Can we actually, what do you think in reference to Cure Violence working interconnected with other departments?
It's a great question. And because we have such a small staff, we definitely need more support in increasing our community stakeholders. So we are now focusing on focus areas where we have a Cure Violence representative trying to work with the schools, trying to work with NORD, trying to work with the JJIC, trying to work with faith-based organizations. But we also need representatives working for each district. We need a Cure Violence representative working with every district and every councilman so we can have somebody directly on the ground to respond to what the needs in their communities are. Although we've identified our zones, what else a supportive service system can we identify that your district can offer? So are there jobs and opportunities? Are there access to health facilities that we can take advantage of? If we had a representative or somebody in that knowing, it'll be easiest for us to give that information back to the community. And so that's one of the main things is how can we get access to the information within your district so that we can give it to the community?
Yeah, I think earlier when the chief was on, I kind of mentioned about the intelligent division because I see like a lot of the stuff that you guys do, it's around prevention. And there's time when you guys may sense something is about to go down. And you guys, through your skills and training, you're helping to de-escalate that and to make sure that it doesn't, from a disagreement, it doesn't get to violence. And so again, I think a sense of working together, how we can share resources, because resources is always going to be scarce, but how do we work smarter with less? And I really believe that hopefully after today, all the department and all of us, including myself, can go home and just really dive into every component and say, you know what, I'm willing to collaborate, I'm willing to share, I'm willing to leave everything, all the politics at the door, and just really coming together and address this issue holistically and comprehensively, because not one department can address it all. But I mean, I may be biased because I spent a good number of time with you guys in the community. So I feel like you guys are very useful. The services that you provide really prevent additional victims. And I think the chairperson have continuously talk about, when we talk about crime, we're talking about not the individual committing the crime, but you have a whole community that's been victimized by the incident. And so how do you lessen that for the community? And I think thinking out of the box creatively and collaboratively makes really good sense. And I know that if you, Patrick, if Cure Violence have more resources, you guys can do more for the community. And again, it all boils back to resources. And it seems like it's been like that the entire day as we talk about really great ideas and concept. How do you find the resources? But I, definitely want to challenge you guys to help us to kind of think through ways of preventing crime. I know I mentioned to you about even working with us on some of our blighted properties, right? Where we can share with you, because crime is not just crime, it's also blighted property, illegal dumping area, all that all connects together. When you have a community that is inflated with blighted property, you're gonna have unwanted guests in the area. But if we address the blighted property, if we address the illegal dumping and keep the area clean, you don't have unwanted elements coming to those neighborhoods. And this is something that we don't want anybody coming to any neighborhood in the city of New Orleans. And so I think there was a lot of conversation around NOPD criminal justice, but I think also around, we need to have a conversation around blighted. I know Councilmember Palmer worked heavily on this, and blighted is something that we believe that contributes to crime. And we got to address that. We got to eliminate those blighted property in the city of New Orleans. And I think that could also be a way of preventing crime. Sorry for being so long-winded, Patrick.
You're fine.
Councilwoman, do you mind if I chime in here really quickly?
Go ahead, Josh.
Hey, thank you so much for your investment in this. I really wanted, first of all, Patrick did an excellent job explaining what Cure Violence does, but I also want to sort of forecast where we're heading, and I want to ask that we be given the opportunity to come back. You've made some really spot on observations about some of the pieces that are missing in the system. One of which you talked about is data and the sort of ability for us to know who we should go offer preventative services to in a way that's very efficient. And that is an idea that I've continued to hear over and over and over again across departments. And so, we are looking to try to build the infrastructure to allow us to say, hey, this is an individual who might be in need of a service. And so instead of, our folks on the ground from the Cure Violence perspective, having to canvass an entire neighborhood, maybe we could more efficiently, send that person a text message, or maybe we can reach out to them via Facebook to offer them a job, or maybe to offer them cognitive behavioral therapy, or maybe it's just mentorship that's needed. But the point that you're bringing up is a strong one, and we're looking to, over time, create the infrastructure through an office of gun violence prevention that can have some of these building blocks, one of which is data, to be able to do a more efficient and effective job. And so, I know I haven't gone into detail on this, but I would love the opportunity to address this committee in the coming months, because I think we'll have some great things to report about what's on the horizon.
Kristen, did you have something? Is that it? Kristen,
no, I just wanted to say thank you to Patrick and their work. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're here.
Yes. I just want to say thank you. Great. And I really appreciate y'all come down and cut off and make it in presentation. And I'm really beginning to see a lot more of a presence of your organization throughout Algiers. So I just really want to thank you, and anything that we can do to continue our partnership and really go at it full on, because I know my community appreciates it. So thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
Not seeing any further questions. Pat, thank you for the presentation. And again, man, I appreciate, we've got to make sure that you all are incorporated in the preventative side of this, because that's going to help us get to the end. We've got to have the front side, but we've also got to have that side in making sure that we stop future things from happening. Go ahead.
Just one last thing, Councilman. Again, thank you all for allowing us to come, but right now we can identify in our city where there are COVID testing locations. We can say if someone is in need of, or they feel like they've been impacted by the COVID virus, they can go a place and get tested. One of our goals will be to have resource sites available. So when people who have been impacted by violence, they need to know where there's a resource site that they can go to make sure that that violence isn't spreading just like that COVID virus. And so far, again, I want to thank Kristen Palmer and Councilman Nguyen for allowing us to do the work that we do, but we want to work with all of the council people in the upcoming weeks. So if there's anything else we can do, please contact us, because we're ready to go.
Thank you. The last presenter on this portion is Derwin Bunton. Derwin, are you still? I know you talked earlier, but I'm not sure if you are still with us.
I'm still here.
Okay. Did you have anything else, or were you sufficiently addressed in those previous comments?
Well, folks covered a lot. I just wanted to just briefly talk about, the things we're doing as an office, which a lot of folks alluded to. We continue to staff the courts. We continue to meet with our clients, and a lot of the folks on this call have been incredibly helpful and cooperative in making that happen. And we've been able to probably most effectively in my dozen years in the job, working through barriers, being able to actually have conversations with our chief judge, and some of them not being super comfortable, but everybody coming at it from a professional place. Our Sheriff Gusman has been allowing us to continue to see our clients. The courts have allowed us to move through Zoom, and we've forged a new sort of working relationship with the district attorney's office, and that seems like it's going to pay dividends in the future. What the pandemic has done for us is created this backlog of cases at the on the adult side in particular. And because of insecurities with funding, we've had our usual attrition plus a little bit extra, and we've been slow to staff up. But we are beginning to staff back up thanks to support from this council, with the leadership of the folks here and you, Chair, as well. And with some additional support from the state we got earlier, and from the mayor's office, quite honestly, as well. So we are in a strange place where we are hiring in a pandemic. So please spread the word. We are looking for lots of different positions as well. Of course, we need attorneys because we are losing some of our attorneys, but we need other folks as well, so that when the time comes and we begin waking up our system, we can get to work as effectively and professionally as possible. And with the tenor of the discussion, I also just wanted to ground a little bit some of the discussion that we have to remain in our roles as decision makers, really thinking about the big picture. And I thought you've been great about that, Councilman Chair Banks, throughout this, is that when we look not just granularly at, do we have electronic monitoring, but what is our continuum of custody that we can provide to our citizens to make sure we are really getting community safety. And I would also add, we need to be data driven. We need to start beginning to talk about what is the information telling us. And we know that the folks who are let out are coming back to court at rates in the high 90 percentages. But we all have those stories of the folks who aren't. But we need to do the best we can with the resources we have. And the best way I see of doing that is being data-driven, looking at who's in our jail, who's not, how we're moving cases, as well as how can we be creative, innovative, using technology. One of the things we put forward is an alternative case resolution sort of program, and we've been working with DA Williams on that. And we're very hopeful that we're going to be able to make some things move that'll not only be efficient, and I'm sure some of y'all have heard me rail against McJustice, so I'm not advocating McJustice, but we do also want to be expeditious in what we're doing, but it's also going to get us to a better place with more community safety. And just reminding folks that the difference between my clients and what folks keep calling and victims and survivors is a lot of times this is just us. This is just community. And I want to be very mindful to mention that. My clients are my clients sometimes because they were simply faster in the street. And what we have is a community problem. The presentation prior to mine was spot on. We need to treat it as a public health crisis, not just victim perpetrator crisis. This is a public health crisis. And I really appreciate the thought and care that's going into all of this. And thanks for inviting me to this, this robust discussion.
Derwin, thank you. Colleagues, are there any questions for Mr. Bunton in the Public Defender's Office? Well, Derwin, I know that we did try to level the scale a bit by adding to your budget. We clearly understand that you all are a vital part of this, about a cog in this wheel. So is there any other thing that we can do from your perspective that will help the system move better so that we can more adequately address this plague that we're in?
I heard you, Chair, ask that question similarly to everyone, and I'm like, short of peace, fairness, justice, and equity, I don't know what makes my job easier. But I continue to say we need to move away from our user pay system, user pay criminal legal system, so that we all simply have a more data-driven, performance-based way of telling y'all what we need and articulating the resources that'll help us get there. And then when we fail in doing that, we are better able to hold one another accountable for how we implement and use our resources. Right now, scarcity makes us do all sorts of things, cut corners. We got to do this, can't do that. And I think our community deserves better. And a lot of that comes from depending so much on fines, fees, and costs from folks moving through the system still. And we just need to get away from that. And the most instant thing is just remaining cooperative in finding alternatives to moving what is a sort of backlogging of cases and looking at this moment as an opportunity. Like you took the opportunity to bring us here today. This is an opportunity to think innovatively about how we do better in our criminal legal system.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any further questions from my colleagues, so we're going to move on before we close this part of the meeting. Public comment. Jenna, are you ready?
All right. Hi. Thank you all for the public comments. Starting with Benjamin Brubaker not being paid. It is absurd to think that we can police our way out of crime. What is the crime people are concerned about? Property damage, violence? Why would those incidents be skyrocketing up if not for the economic and social stress of the pandemic? The U.S. has barely made an effort to meet people's needs during the pandemic. People are facing eviction, extended unemployment, hunger, addiction, and many other complicated challenges. We should not be criminalizing acts of survival or desperation. We should be working to provide people the resources they need to survive. I propose an immediate 80% cut to the police budget, including retraining current officers to perform other non-police functions as city workers instead of law enforcement officers. This might include wellness checks, food distribution, conflict de-escalation, and similar service-oriented roles. We must defund the bloated police budget and invest in programs that actually meet our community's basic needs. Public comment from Akeisha Allen, not being paid. It appears that police are not able to be proactive for various reasons. Is there a possibility of establishing off-duty/detail officers patrolling high crime areas? Next comments from Louis Gregory, also not being paid. Why are there no community-based organizations on the invited list? This is not the inclusivity, transparency, nor accountability the organizers and nearly every invitee has promised the city. The lack of inclusion of the public and the groups that represent their interests in these matters better than anyone on the invitee list is an utter embarrassment. Truly shameful. Do better. Next comment from Jill Smith, not a paid representative. If you want to prevent crime, why invite cops and judges and prosecutors? Where are the organizations aimed at eliminating poverty and homelessness and providing opportunities and education for people in our community? Those are your partners who can help with crime prevention and reduction, not cops. Please do not increase funding to NOPD or OPSO or increase surveillance on New Orleanians in another failed attempt to curb crime with more cops. Next comment from Jackie Jordan, not a paid representative. In 2016, sources reported that New Orleans is a test model for facial recognition programs and social credit scores, as is China. High-level intel agencies confirmed. Although no word has been spoken addressing this diabolic scheme since November of 2016, New Orleans is revisiting this scheme has been deemed highly possible by our intel agents. Disclaimer. No person can nor will confirm the validity of these facts until the city of New Orleans, Louisiana, is otherwise notified by federal authorities. Notice, this is a test of the validity of the United States Constitution and amendments thereof. Next public comment from Rory Payne, not a paid representative. Hi, please don't talk about locking more kids up, but instead about providing more resources that our kids need. They need more programs, libraries, internships, summer programs, after-school programs, and jobs. Help our kids. Don't lock them up. Next comment from Betty DeMarco, not a paid representative. Recently, I asked a Black friend who is a respected educator in the city if our new DAs discussing the issue of school to prison pipeline would help this community see the connection between failing schools and incarceration and get people to work changing many failing schools. His answer was no. Only addressing the systemic racism that remains in this community will fix it. Understanding how systemic racism affects education, livable wage jobs, housing, and health is the only answer to crime prevention. Having the issues of systemic racism raised at city council committee meetings will help me with my 2021 effort to begin conversations with other white people about what is needed to make this city work for all our residents and not just those of us who have the privilege of being white. Next comment from Christopher Bond, not a paid representative. This goes without saying, but I lived in New York City for almost 2 decades across 3 boroughs and never felt as unsafe. Without the serious pressure of busts, successful carjackings are causing more successful carjackings. We don't even feel safe taking out the garbage without locking the bolt behind us. Increased pressure has to be placed on specific types of crimes that I'm sure most of my neighbors are speaking up about on Nextdoor as well. If this expletive doesn't end soon, violence will rise either by the criminals or those defending their property. The response here must be accelerated. Next comment from a concerned citizen, not a paid representative. Please patrol mid-city more. Please, when these folks are arrested, lock them away for real, not a slap on the wrist for them to be displeased and come out and do it again after a week or so after release. We shouldn't have to sit at red lights contemplating sitting there, abiding by the law, or whether to run it out of fear of getting carjacked. Next comment from Garman Mack, not a paid representative. As a longtime resident COVID survivor and senior citizen, I no longer feel comfortable in my neighborhood. I live 1 block from the fairgrounds. The casino traffic might be lighter now, but the criminal activity has surged. 3 vehicles stolen on 3 consecutive days. One across the street from me, which resulted in physical injury to the owner in addition to the theft of her vehicle. I'm afraid to be unloading groceries in broad daylight. The youngsters committing these offenses are not attending school. Is there anyone looking into chop shops and glass replacement companies for any involvement? We get talk from our politicians that include the same responses. Quote, we'll look into it. Quote, someone will get back to you. Talk, no action. Our court systems give juveniles a slap on the wrist for their criminal activities, while residents who are unemployed, elderly, and ill have to find a way to replace stolen vehicles, broken windows, and stolen personal property. We are tired. Our taxes need to be budgeted better. What's your response from these concerns? Next comment from William Gray, not a paid representative. What is the actual plan to get crime under control? Why won't our elected officials do something about this? I've never seen so many carjackings, broken car windows, vagrants, and drug addicts under Calliope in 15 years living here. We are seriously considering moving soon due to the negligence of those who have been put in positions of power to fix our safety issues. It's not only sad that the city has hurt small businesses due to the pandemic, but now the crime epidemic that is running rampant in all NOLA neighborhoods is crippling the safety of the city and sanity of those that work hard in it. Where's our DA in all of this? Where's our mayor in all of this? Our police are at least trying, but with y'all crippling their abilities to keep criminals off the street and tying their hands, it is a feeble attempt. I fear this will finally be the last straw for many, as many of my neighbors, including myself, are making moves to leave for a more safe environment. Please do the job we hired you for. Next comment from Cherie Dugas, not a paid representative. The rise in car break-ins and carjackings at all hours of the day and night, with the assailants armed and violent at times, is alarming. What is being done to keep our streets safe and to reduce these occurrences? Our block was hit at 7:30 p.m. on a Friday night when we were all at home. We are paranoid to drive anywhere in the city. Next comment from Garrett Kane, not a paid representative. I applaud the city council's efforts to reform the city's criminal law. However, while many of these policies were passed with good intentions, they have nonetheless tied the hands of our police officers in dealing with crimes that affect our community. Most can agree that nonviolent drug offenses are victimless and should not be prosecuted as other offenses, if at all. But other crimes, such as brazen criminals breaking into cars in broad daylight, are not victimless. These crimes result in thousands of dollars in damage and have contributed to an unsafe feeling in our community. We cannot pretend these criminals are not armed and pose a serious threat to our safety. The City Council's recent legislation has decriminalized such activity and made it harder for our police to arrest these offenders. For example, the council hastily banned the use of facial recognition technology, even after Superintendent Ferguson asked for a delay in the vote. New York City, one of the most progressive cities in the country, has not banned facial recognition. Instead, they've enacted smart policies surrounding the use of the technology, such as banning the use of facial recognition as the sole basis for making an arrest. The problem with the recent legislation go on and on. The current council's agenda does not reflect the important priority of reducing crime and making our city safer. I implore the council to reconsider recent ordinances and pass legislation that reduces racial disparities in our criminal justice system, while still allowing our police to effectively deal with crimes that affect us all. Next comment from Don Castillo, not a paid representative. How are you going to stop the violence? The carjackings are out of control. They are more often and now in the middle of the day. They are bold. I monitor these events through the media and the neighborhood app. It's frightening. And if communities, and if allowed to continue, it will only get worse. Or Madam Mayor, is this your plan to keep the virus from spreading, keeping your constituents in fear of crime by any means necessary? Next comment from Chris Kaiser. Yes, a paid representative for the ACLU of Louisiana. The ACLU of Louisiana thanks the Committees on Criminal Justice and Community Development for convening this joint meeting on crime prevention. Too often, conversations about public safety focus on reacting to crime after the fact, rather than addressing the conditions in our communities that give rise to violence, trauma, and economic hardship. An evidence-based approach to violence prevention would focus the city's resources on remedying those underlying conditions and strengthening our mental health services, availability of affordable housing, education, and youth services to meet the community's needs. At the same time, we urge you to exercise skepticism around proposals that conflate prevention with punitive responses to crime. Heightened enforcement results reliably in more people arrested and incarcerated, but there is scant evidence that it actually deters crime, especially homicide. For example, U.S. crime data since the 1960s shows no evidentiary link between the size of police patrols and crime rates. In fact, as the number of police officers per 1,000 people has declined in the US over the past 20 years, the violent crime rate has also dropped. Here in New Orleans, we see no evidence that our sprawling, costly network of NOPD surveillance cameras reduces or prevents crime. Instead, the usual metrics of the system's success have included the hours of investigatory time saved after footage of an offense has been recorded. The Real-Time Crime Center cost the city $3.8 million to create, with significant annual costs ongoing. Although there's no clear causal relationship between reactive criminal enforcement and crime prevention, we do have a strong understanding of the negative economic impacts our criminal legal system has on New Orleans residents. Arrests lead to fines, court fees, and unaffordable cash bail, which lead to warrants and jail time. Having been arrested and jailed, people lose their minds and even their housing, and criminal records make it impossible to get back on their feet. A public policy focus on policing, punishment, and retribution only fuels a system that entrenches poverty and impedes adequate investments in the public services that people need to thrive. These are solvable problems. We need not wait to solve them. Investments in evidence-based supportive and therapeutic services are investments in crime prevention. We look forward to your committee's discussion recommendations. Next comment from Nadia Eskeldson, not a paid representative. Any discussion of crime prevention should be a discussion about community resources, safe and affordable housing, and public health. We don't need a surveillance state, and the police don't need any more money in their coffers. Next public comment from Rachel Gassert, not a paid representative. Committees, because far too often when we experience real or perceived spikes in crime, our response is discussed only as a matter of criminal justice and not as a matter of community investment. Yet today we are in the midst of a global pandemic, which has forced millions of people out of work across the country. And unsurprisingly, we are seeing increases in violent crime everywhere, not just here in New Orleans. Crime is increasing because people are out of work and scared and desperate, and our government has failed to provide meaningful relief. It is more clear than ever before that we are not going to solve this problem simply by relying on the same old responses: more policing, more prosecution, more incarceration. We've been doing this over and over for years and clearly are no safer. People aren't going to stop breaking into cars just because you keep them in jail longer. They'll stop breaking into cars when they can put food on the table and a roof over their kids' heads. Relying on the criminal legal system to solve these problems has not worked. Instead, we've caused great harm to our children, perpetuated racial disparities, and wasted millions of dollars that could have been spent supporting children and families. It is time to change course and follow the recommendations of more than 30 organizations and individuals who released the Platform for Youth Justice in the fall of 2020. Link to that follows. As stated in the platform, in New Orleans, we spend an enormous amount of money responding to crime, but very little preventing it. About 2/3 of the city's budget is spent on traditional public safety entities, NOPD, the District Attorney's Office, and Juvenile and Criminal Court, to name a few. The funding for affordable housing, early childhood development, and other supports that actually make us safer pales in comparison. It's time our elected officials reassess their priorities and reinvest in our communities. If we want to truly prevent crime, we need to make real investments in our city's youth and reject policies that seek to throw them away after we've continually failed them. Otherwise, we'll just be back here having the same conversation again next year and the year after that, and so on and so on. Next comment from Bradisha Harness Parker, not a paid representative, with New Orleans Youth Coalition. How come more funding goes into handbooks and data collecting than actual programs? What other programs other than YEP, Caddy Reconcile, Liberty's Kitchen has OYF supported in the work that they do? Financially or providing resources? Are you open to working with the New Orleans Youth Coalition and Erase the Board, also others, to better understand our kids and families to address the many issues we face? Next comment from Renard Bridgewater, not a paid representative. This meeting and discussion feel vague, ambiguous, and also severely lacking of public input. The process of solely receiving public comment compared to it actually being an agenda item that is shared with both the general public and the criminal justice partners invited today gives me the sense that there's nothing more than a check mark on a list of doing the bare minimum within our democratic process. How can our concerns as community members regarding criminal activity be addressed if there are no actual community members or organizational representatives that serve community present and/or invited? I would also like to share if the outcome of this meeting is not a deeper investment into our communities in myriad ways, including but not limited to mental health services, skill training, and additional resources for small businesses, addressing the systemic issue of food deserts throughout predominantly Black neighborhoods, job development, virtual and safely sanctioned in-person youth-based programming, etc. Then we all have missed the mark. We need more police driving through the city and on our neighbor. What we do not need is additional surveillance technology that will continue to foster city millions with no evidence of deterring criminal activity and increasing public safety. What we need is transparency. What is required is empathy. What we want is an equitable exchange of goods, services, and knowledge to uplift and empower our community members, not a further perpetuation of their targeting, surveillance, and criminalization by these criminal justice partners. Next public comment by Brandon Gregoire, not a paid representative. The issue of illegal ATV riding by young men menacing drivers, performing dangerous and reckless acts, and creating noise nuisances is reaching a crescendo and becoming a citywide problem. This problem further gives the appearance to both residents and tourists of a completely lawless city, which is inconsistent with economic and business development and the retention of residents and the taxpayer base. Far too often at present, NOPD and city officials seem to use the federal consent decree as an excuse for inaction on this growing problem, when there are other means available to combat the issue. Other municipalities across the nation are employing multimodal means to combat the problem, to include camera systems, motorcycle police enforcement, detective resources, seizure of ATVs, and the like to make arrests and bring prosecutions. While we applaud recent efforts by some elements of NOPD, such as the 3rd District, to proactively address this problem, where they have made arrests of illegal ATV riders found to have gun violations, illicit narcotics, and the like, there needs to be a citywide approach to the issue involving 1, the council and the crafting of the right ordinances, 2, the whole of NOPD, not just one district, and the mayor's administration and enforcement, and 3, the district attorney's office and prosecution. We fail as a city when we look upon crimes like illegal ATV riders as mere nuisances / small beans, because there's a body of literature and arguments that enforcement of criminality like this at the supposed lower levels sets the tone and culture to reduce crime at higher levels. Addressing problems like this further reassures residents that there is the right law enforcement presence to properly police our streets. I asked for a comment from Chief Ferguson and Mr. Williams on what their guiding philosophy is on this rising criminal issue in our streets and the growing alarm by residents menaced by this behavior, largely involving young men in the city. Next comment from Bradisha Parker, again with the New Orleans Youth Coalition, not a paid representative. Can advocates and people that are concerned be invited to these meetings and allowed to sit on the panel to share our solutions and thoughts? Next comment from Emre Albayrak, not a paid representative. On 23rd January 21, my car was broken into at City Park Festival grounds in broad daylight. Upon calling the police, I was told that no units would be sent to assess the situation or gather forensic evidence. The criminals in the city have understood that the police do not care about
Apparently she's frozen. Let her know. Paul, can you hear us? It's gotten, it's frozen.
Yeah, I'm coming check it out.
back.
Yeah.
In this comment, the criminals in the city have understood that the police do not care about certain crimes. In addition, all they have to do is use underage perpetrators to commit crimes, and they'll continue to get away scot-free with crime. The city does nothing to disincentivize crime. Instead, they disincentivize being a law-abiding member of this community. Law-abiding citizens are faced with mounting bills of damaged vehicles and stolen goods during unprecedented times of economic distress. As a Marine Corps officer and spouse of a physician, I am forced to live here due to orders. I do not feel that the city has the best interests of my family or other law-abiding citizens like us at heart and truly believe you put the concerns of criminals above ours. The entire prosecution team of the city should be ashamed of itself. My wife and I are both graduates of Tulane University, and I have seen the city spiral out of control with crime due to the citizens, young professionals, and essential workers in the city will continue to evolve into a third world country. The city's inability to generate immigration of professionals from other cities, as well as produce sufficient quality and quantity of police officers from its academy, should all be warning signs to you. You've allowed criminals in the city to hold its citizens hostage, dissuade anyone from my organization from living here, and my wife will continue to dissuade physicians from living here as long as this attitude toward crime persists. You have shown you care more about criminals than people like me and my family. Next comment from Val Cupid, Lakeview Crime Watch, not a paid representative. I live in and head up an active neighborhood watch for my area, which is NOPD's 3rd District, zones B, C, E, F, I, and J. I would like to see more victim impact on the criminal justice side as the arrested subjects are processed through the system. For my neighborhood, I will follow up on, report back to neighbors the impact of the crime to the community and the city as a whole. Transparency is extremely important, especially juvenile offenders and those that are being processed through the criminal justice system, to measure their success or lack thereof on this community. Juveniles' anonymity for a state crime should be rethought. You want to invest taxpayers' money into their rehab, then it should be tractable and accountable. Give them a number instead of using their name. Quite frankly, using their name would be the positive way, since we can then have the village participate in their turnaround. The impact on catch and release has negative results and even death. Peer pressure from the habitual offender that is released back into the neighborhood to bully the want to do the right thing juveniles contributes to the mental anguish of our children that want a different and prosperous life than their guardians. This peer pressure leaves them vulnerable to those that prey on the innocent and collapses to their recruitment of evil. We're not here today to talk about a child stealing a candy bar. We're talking about progressive bad behavior and repeat offenders. Trade jobs are a solution for young first offenders. I will be sitting in on these and other future meetings to share the victim's impact. I too wish to have a seat at the table. Thank you for hearing me. Regards, Val Cupid, Lakeview Crime Watch. Next public comment from Alexandra Lee, not a paid representative. We're very concerned about our break-ins and destruction of the video of a dark pickup truck driving down Constance, turning off their headlights. A group of people, maybe 4 to 6 people, climb out of the vehicle and then start walking down the street, checking the door handles, also walking on a private property to try door handles. The truck and people proceed uptown along the street. We have provided this video to the police. We are very concerned that the neighborhood seems to be being hit with being hit with impunity, as we rarely ever see a police presence. Neighbors have written the press, have written letters to their council members, and yet the situation does not seem to improve. We are very concerned with messages being sent to young people about the DA's policies on youth criminal activity. We would also like to see a more concerted effort to recruit younger, eligible members of our community to join the police force so that they may be part of the solution, see how the whole process works, and be the change they want to see in their neighborhoods, communities. Next comment from Reedy Brooks with the Coalition for Community Connection, not a paid representative. The impacts of COVID-19 reveals that crime and violence are symptoms of poverty, mental instability, and mental instability. In the fall of 2020, council members of the Criminal Justice Committee were presented NOURISH, a model for community restoration, and expressed a commitment to applying funds from the criminal justice budget to innovative community-directed programming that focuses on mental health, relationship building, job creation, and restorative justice. Has the council been discussing this commitment and the value of this sort of programming with leadership in the police department and in the juvenile justice system? Next comment from Father Daniel Green, St. Maria Goretti Catholic Church, not a paid representative. Our parish has been the victim of numerous car break-ins during Mass. Towards the end of 2020, it became so frequent we had to hire a security firm to work the parking lot during Masses. 3 to 4 weeks ago, he was able to intervene during an attempted break-in, got a partial license plate number, called the police, and no one ever showed up. Last week, on 2 different occasions, we had break-ins. On Sunday morning, several officers showed up, but we only got help on Wednesday afternoon after going to the station and calling the commander. In the 6.5 months I've been Pastor Goretti, I can count on one hand the number of police units I have seen driving on Crowder. Now, parishioners are beginning to question if it is even safe to come to Mass. We want to be a partner in this work to present our young people with better options. However, the city has to ensure that those prone to criminal activity know that the city is taking these crimes seriously and that the force is ready to handle them. Next comment from Justin Schmidt, not a paid representative. I'm sorry. Oh. Franklin is driving a number of citizens, even fourth generation New Orleanians like myself, away to other communities which are not perennially broken as New Orleans has been for the last 30 years. At age 51, I found myself sharing with my now adult children stories of growing up in uptown New Orleans in the French Quarter, where my family's business was located since 1890. They listen in awe. Beside the 25-cent fare for the streetcar, or the nickel we paid the Roman candy man for a long stick of hand-drawn taffy as his mule towed his wagon past our house on his way back to his barn for the night, they are most amazed of the simple freedoms that we enjoyed even as young children. The ability to walk 10 blocks to and from school or to the neighborhood pharmacy to purchase a Delaware Punch or Pop Rouge, along with a candy bar or a pack of gum without being accosted or older kids or sexual deviants. The ability to ride bikes with friends to and around Audubon Park for hours, and the ability to leave your bike or other toys and balls on your lawn without fear of them walking off overnight. No, in today's New Orleans, my family now races to the front porch of our home once a text message is received, alerting us that a package has been delivered, so that we can beat the numerous porch pirates, which are inevitably just steps behind the delivery trucks. This last December, our family alone had 6 packages stolen from our porch inside a closed iron gate, 5 of which were stolen in broad daylight before 5 p.m. And yes, while many more troubling and severe crimes are proliferating throughout our community right now, in my opinion, these gateway crimes like stealing packages or popping car handles and even breaking windows lead to more severe offenses as first-time or youthful offenders cross into the world of crime. In order to stem this tide, our entire community must participate. And you're planning to combat these trends, I remind you that our community, especially our legal community, is replete with individuals who appreciate these challenges, especially those unique to youthful offenders who are willing to engage and assist you with your efforts. Please call on us. Next comment from Venus Mezakowski, not a paid representative. As you know, the car break-ins are at an absolute epidemic level in uptown New Orleans. Not a single day goes by that I don't see glass on the ground or a broken window or find belongings from a break-in strewn on the streets. However, more problematic is that it appears some of these break-ins are now happening during daylight hours. I was speaking to a truck owner today whose window was broken yesterday for the second time at 5:30 p.m. in the afternoon, i.e. during daylight hours. I noticed it on my dawn walk this morning and spoke with him this afternoon. The frightening thing for all of us uptown is basically you have armed and dangerous criminals cruising around in cars with either stolen or altered license plates, committing break-ins now during the day. This is not just a property crime. There's violence associated with it. The woman shot and killed a year or so ago in Mid-City during a car break-in, and the woman shot in the head a few weeks ago at the IHOP, again during a car break-in. With armed criminals cruising the streets during daylight hours, in addition to nighttime, it is only a matter of time before an innocent passerby stumbles upon the scene and could be injured or even killed. During the 5:30 p.m. hour, the streets of Uptown are teeming with bicycle riders, dog walkers, joggers, solo walkers, all kinds of innocent, law-abiding citizens that are out enjoying the sunset. I myself have encountered dangerous criminals attempting to break into a car in Britannia during the summer in the pre-dawn hours, walking my dog pre-dawn to beat the heat. I knew to grab Ollie and race the other way. No stopping to get their license, car description, etc. Just go. They are more than likely armed. But what happens when an innocent citizen can't get away fast enough? The point is, car break-ins are not just a property crime. They are potentially a violent crime and should be treated as such. May I suggest that you form a task force to tackle the issue? It is my understanding that right now in our district, there's 1 officer assigned to break-ins. 1. No wonder these armed bandits are running the streets with abandon. Please use all your efforts to help keep your citizens safe from these armed bandits. Next comment from George Leo Schilling, not a paid representative. On Tuesday, January 12th at 8:47 a.m., my 2011 Volvo C70 was stolen from in front of my house. I was on my way to work and had started the car, but I realized I'd left my lunch inside the house. Because the car has a push start style ignition, I left the car running and took the key with me when I left the car. It was my understanding at the time that the car would not drive without the key. As I was approaching the door to return to the car, I heard a very loud noise from inside the house. A few seconds later, I saw that my car was gone. There were 2 witnesses that I immediately connected with and called the police using 911 within 2 or 3 minutes of the theft. There was, and from my perspective, a lack of immediate response. There were failed attempts to contact me by phone later that day at 5 p.m. and the next afternoon. Both times I called the non-emergency line as instructed in the voicemail left on 112 around 5 p.m. to get back into queue to complete a report. An officer came out to my home on the evening of January 13th to take information, but I was never able to speak to a detective. On Friday, a resident at the intersection of Belchase and Crete Streets reported that there was an abandoned vehicle, and the responding officers called me at approximately 11:30 p.m. I missed the call because my phone is set to silent calls after 9 p.m., but the officer knocked on my door around midnight, and I went with them to where they found my car. I spoke with a detective who did not have details about the incident and was surprised that a detective had still not yet contacted me to get more information about the crime. Please reach out to me, George Leo Schilling, anytime for more information. And he leaves his phone number, which we can send to the station. And actually, that's the end of public comments.
Thank you, Jenna.
Thanks.
That concludes that portion of today's meeting. And we started this off by saying I didn't expect to get a solution today. And I assure you that we didn't. We've discussed a multitude of problems and concerns, but that was the purpose of this, to try to get a picture from the actual stakeholders as to what directions we need to go in to try to make the system better. Now, just some takeaways with the increasing of the time for the curfew or the investigation of the electronic monitoring system. Those are all things that are proactive. And I assure you that we have been taking notes from all of the presenters on what our action items need to be. This will not be the last meeting. This is just the first. And we're going to deep dive into all these systems. We know that we are never going to arrest our way out of crime. That's not going to happen. We've got to run on parallel tracks with being intentional on making sure that the people who are perpetrating crimes are dealt with, but we've also got to be intentional on making sure that we provide resources and alternatives so that crime is not an option. So with that in mind, we're going to move on with the program. I will follow up with the next set of meetings. Obviously, public notice will be given. So you all stay close. And to all of those people who are frustrated, please know that we feel your frustration. Please know that we live here too. And those same problems and issues that you have to deal with, we unfortunately are in the same boat and want to get this resolved as soon as possible, and am committed to do so. So with that, thank you all for your attendance, and we're going to move on with the program. Next on the agenda is Ms. Emily Wolf, the Director of the Mayor's Office of Youth and Families, and Candace Henderson, the Deputy Director on the Juvenile Justice Programming Handbook and the Pathways Program. If you ladies would please continue.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us. We will be brief, and really we're very much aligned, and we'll just be building off of the conversation that's happened throughout the day. What we're here to present about is a handbook that we just released last week, which is a really important tool for everybody that was been on the call today. We've circulated both digital copies as well as hand copies or hard copies to many of you who have participated on the call today, a lot of our criminal justice actors throughout the system. First, I just want to quickly introduce Candace Henderson, who is our Deputy Director for the Office of Youth and Families. I want to begin by just saying, before we delve into the handbook, we have really been, our office in coordination with many of you, across the board, whether it's through Office of Criminal Justice Coordination, Commissioner Stevens' shop, whether it's in coordination with our judges, within the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center or JJIC. Many of the actors have been involved over the last 2.5 years to really answer the clarion call that we heard from the community to create more alternatives. This has been something that, it resurges again once there's an uptick in juvenile crime, but it's something that we have needed as a system for a long time to have more tools in our toolbox. And when I presented some of these ideas, a few years, or I guess it was a year and a half ago, to a few of the council members, specifically when he was a council member Williams, to talk about this continuum. And that's been a word that's been discussed a lot today. And as it relates to juvenile justice, I think we've made a lot of progress on creating more tools, creating more programs for this continuum. But I think there's definitely more to do. There's definitely more to do in terms of looking at how to resource these options long term, and how to collect data and present that back to the public so that they can be sure that we are doing our part to make sure that young people in our community are given options, that there's a variety of options between simply arrest, detention, and release, that there's a number of different ways that we can engage specifically our young people in the solution. And so with that, you can go on to the next slide. So as I mentioned, we released this handbook a couple weeks ago now. It's called the Programming for Justice Involved Youth Handbook. It documents 4 separate programs that are all city-funded, city-run programs. That's where we wanted to start. And the timing around this was specific. We wanted to make sure that as some of our new juvenile court judges were coming in and onto the bench, some of our other criminal justice stakeholders across the system, that they had this information at their fingertips. Often, without knowledge, there's not power. And so we wanted to make sure that all of our criminal justice systems had system stakeholders had this information at their fingertips. And so what this handbook does is it describes 4 programs. The first is the Evening Reporting Center. This is a court mandated after school program that's already been discussed today. That's run through the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination in partnership with the Family Resource Center. The second is the In-Home Community Intensive Supervision Program. That's a mouthful. It sounds a lot like how it's titled, but that's in-home support. It's also a court-mandated program, and that's run through our Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, formerly the Youth Study Center. The Pathways Internship Program is a program that our office, the Office of Youth and Families, runs in partnership with a number of different employers throughout the city who pay young people. We pay young people to participate in internships, in job placements that are aligned with their interests. And then finally, Summer Success is really just an extension of that Pathways internship program, except it takes place during the summer, which we know is a critical time for our young people. We want to make sure to keep them engaged. And that's a paid summer internship program also for system involved youth. All of these programs that I'm talking about today, you either need to be, all of the programs young people are referred to them because they've been arrested or detained. And so what I'm not talking about today are some of the prevention programs that many people have also discussed and many of the public comments addressed in terms of investing in our young people from the earliest age, and those investments in early education, whether it's in investments in our recreation department, in our library system, in order to make sure that our young people has access to after school programs and all of those things that are going to keep them engaged holistically, so that hopefully we're not seeing many young people, as many young people arrested or detained in the future. And so our office does a lot of that work as well. This is just one small slice of what we do, but this is our effort to make sure that we're building capacity within our system to be able to equip our criminal justice stakeholders with the knowledge that they need in order to refer young people to the programs that we have available. As was mentioned, just as a caveat, there are a number of other programs that specifically Judge Anderson covered during her presentation that are court-run programs. We will absolutely love to build on this handbook longer term and incorporate some of those into this. But we wanted to start first with the city run, with the city funded programs as a beginning place, especially with the timing that we mentioned. So you can move on to the next slide. Briefly, I'm not going to go into depth here, and I know it may be a little bit difficult to read, but our evening reporting center, the key things to know about this is that young people are referred to this program. It's a court mandated program, and it's specifically for youth ages 11 to 17. A few of the other important tenets of this program, it's really structured as an after school program. So it's supposed to essentially replace whatever else a young person might be doing during those after school hours with this experience where they're getting, academic support, where they're getting social emotional wellness support, counseling, whatever it is that they need. This is run again by the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination in partnership with the Family Center of Hope. The program has the capacity to work with 15 youth at any one time, just because of the funding and the staff to youth ratio. But it's a 45-day program. And then once the youth has participated in the program through the entire length, that information then goes back to the judge, and it's communicated, back to our criminal justice stakeholders, how the youth has persisted through the program. And so we're really excited about this. It's something that we had, many of you as council members and many of folks in the community had been talking about for a long time. And we have a great partner in Reverend Watson and the Family Center of Hope in order to continue to make this available. You can go to the next slide. This second program, the In-Home Community Intensive Supervision Program, there are some key differences here. Again, this is offered through the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. It's funded through the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center's budget. And so through that budget, we were able to pull off and allocate a few positions for caseworkers or social workers who would actually not be within the Youth Study Center or the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center's walls, but be out in the community, working with young people and their families in their homes. And that's been something I know that's come up a lot today. And again, ages for this program are ages 10 to 16. The RAE score, must be 14 or lower. We talked a lot about risk assessment. Again, all of this information is online. We also have hard copies available, so I'm not going to go into too much depth here. But we've been really excited to see some of the results of this program. We've been excited to see the judges begin to make more referrals to this program. And it's those weekly home visits from caseworkers. It's the mental health and counseling support if that's needed. And again, the program capacity there is 15 youth at any one time. And that's a longer program. It's a 90-day program in total. You can go to the next one. The third program is the Pathways Internship Program. And I'll just say a couple words. I'm going to hand it off to Candace to describe it in more depth, because this has really been something that she's been focused on as deputy director since she's been with our office for the past 6 months or so. This is a program that we're able to get funding from the W.K. Kellogg Foundation to do. It was one of the mayor's major talking points during her campaign. She said, nothing stops a bullet like a job. And what this program does is it really makes good on that promise. It's a program that it's not mandated by the judges for young people to be referred to the program, but it is, youth are referred to the program as long as they've been arrested or detained. And it's specifically focused on the ages 14 to 17. We focused on that population specifically because at the time, that's where we really saw a gap in services. And specifically, it's a work readiness program. And so it's all about placing young people in internship sites around the city that again are aligned with their interests. In order to get hands-on work experiences, and they get paid. And so I'll let Candace just go into a little bit more depth about it.
Thanks, Emily. As Emily said, hello, everyone. My name is Candace Henderson. I've been working since I've came into office here at the Office of Youth and Families to help kind of mold this Pathways program a little bit. add a few layers, which I'm really excited about. This program has 3 cohorts a year. We serve 15 young people each cohort, and each cohort lasts for 15 weeks long. We focus on 2 predominant things within each cohort, which is the workshops and the internships. And what I'm really happy to have added on is the workshops and the internships are all paid. It's funded through a Kellogg grant, and we pay the young people about $10, well, exactly $10 an hour, and they work up to 10 hours a week, which includes the workshops and the internships. What I really want to highlight about the workshops is the workshops throughout the 15 weeks covers really those soft skills that we really don't always focus on when we talk about work readiness. We usually focus on resume building and we'll touch on communication, but we might miss sometimes like the mindfulness piece, teaching young people about triggers and coping skills, and self-sabotaging behaviors. So that's what we spend time doing before we get into those resume interviewing skills. So this program is a little bit longer than the normal job training programs around the city. But I do want to highlight that we work with a younger demographic, those 14 to 17-year-olds, really trying to catch them younger and teach them a little bit more. So before the young people start any internship programs, we really we get to know them because we focus on matching the young people to the internships. We have built out partnerships in New Orleans East, Algiers, Central City, the downtown area, and we focused on 3 different areas, industries-wise. We focused on the skilled trade area, those jobs with your hands, anywhere from we partner with a cosmetology business in New Orleans East. We partner called Studio 4212. We partner with a transportation company in Chalmette near the 9th Ward, Otis Trucking. We focus on jobs in the arts and the hospitality area. We have a dance studio in New Orleans East, as well as my mama's house, a restaurant inside of Pythia Market. So we really focused on not only building out the workshop element for the 15 weeks in partnership with Gracefully Mindful, a wellness institute here in New Orleans. And we added on to that, we focused on the internships, businesses that are geographically close to youth homes, and matching them after the first 2 weeks of workshops, and we got to know them, really matching the young people to internships that they may have hobbies in, that they didn't know that was careers, right, or job opportunities. We brought employers in to meet the young people, tell them about what it would be like to work with them, and really personality-wise get to meet who they would be supervising. That was important to us. So we've intentionally built out this 15-week work readiness program focused on system-involved youth, and we even have a financial literacy with so many different components. I could go on and on, but I'm going to stop there. There's 9 components. Like I told you all, on the macro level, those bigger elements, the workshops and the internships. But we have mentorship component where we partner with Cure Violence. With Cure Violence staff is going to mentor our young people. We have all the workshops are paid. That was a important element in our program. We have a retreat where we take the young people we're planning to take the young people to Rising Falls, Georgia, Cloud Canyon Mountains. We have a graduation and pinning ceremony at the very end, because we want the young people to feel, accomplished and proud of what they've done with us in these 15 weeks. Our conversations with employers, we asked them to hire the young people. That was a big element of this program. We asked if the young people meet their hireability guidelines that we set down and mapped through before they came on as a partner. we ask the employers to hire them, and they've all agreed to and taken on that responsibility, not just as a supervisor, but as a mentor as well. All of the employers are going to receive a training from us, a ACEs and conflict resolution training from us, which we're really excited about, because we want to prepare the employers to work with this population and really, in a way that the young people will thrive with them, and their business will thrive having the young people. So yeah, those are some components of the Pathways program that I'm happy to share. And as Emily said, if you guys have any questions or any businesses in your specific area that you think would be an excellent partner, please connect with us in our office. Thank you all. I'll pass it back to you, Emily.
Thank you, Candace. Yeah, so you can go to the next slide. I'm not sure if I'm not seeing it advance. There we go. Okay, and so the last program in the handbook that's described as Summer Success, which just really, again, builds upon what Candace just spoke about, except it's slightly more intensive because it's 20 hours a week, it's during the summer, and it's for 5 weeks. We're able to braid funding from Job One in order to support that program. It's a program that we've been running for a couple of summers now. It looked very different over the summer with COVID, of course, when we were sort of in the height of it, but we're really excited and looking forward to this next summer in order to bring this resource back to at least 100 young people in our city, again, who are referred to us, who would be a good fit for a summer opportunity, again, that would be both work readiness and some hands-on work that's paid, and that really focuses on our most vulnerable young people. I think it's been said a lot, and it's something I just like to end with is that, we know that the number of young people that we're really talking about here, it was about 550 young people, unique individuals in 2020 that were arrested. This forms juvenile crime in 2020 was about 8 to 10% of the overall crime that we saw in the city. And so I understand and feel residents' pain around many of the things that we're seeing and that we're experiencing in our city, but I just would caution us to be careful about talking about the issue as if it's all kids or bad kids. I think that all of these programs and the results that we're seeing are really proof that when we give young people resources on the front end and another option, that we can really see results. And that I believe that it's truly manageable. And I think, again, these programs are a start. We absolutely am excited to see the momentum that's been discussed or that's developed throughout the day, as we've discussed other tools as well to handle some of what we're seeing or to help to chip away at some of the problems that we're seeing. But I believe that it's a manageable challenge and that we can do it. And I look forward to really working with all of you to continue to row in the same direction in order to meet young people where they are, give them opportunities to succeed in our city. So with that, we'll open it up for any questions.
Emily, thank you. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that if you give kids an opportunity to be constructive, you lessen the likelihood that they're going to be destructive. So these types of programs, I think, are essential and a definite necessity. This is an arrow in our quiver to help us address these problems that we were all discussing today. So with that, I look forward to, again, being an asset and assistance in watching these programs grow and expand. Cindy, I see you on, did you have any?
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Emily, for the presentation. So going back to the ERC, I know I visited the Watson Family Learning Center, was very impressed. Or do we have more kids that need to go to ERC than what we have to provide, like space-wise? Or do we have a waiting list for ERC?
So that ebbs and flows depending on the number of young people in the program. That program specifically has capacity for 15. I'm not sure if Commissioner Stevens is still on, but she would be able to give you the exact count, like as of today. But I can just say, historically from looking at the data, I think with any new program, there's always going to be a period of time through rollout where, that you're getting the kinks worked out.
Yep.
And I think we are starting to see definitely more consistent referrals to the ERC, but I don't think that it's been maxed out. So to your point, Council Member, I don't think that program, for the most part, has been maxed out at any one time.
So kids that don't live in the area have access to the ERC if it's court order. So we're providing transportation.
Sure. Yeah. So that's a big component that Pastor Watson, was very insistent about, that if we were going to, and I know that that's something that the council discussed in depth last year, that, to make sure that there would be access to the ERC so that transportation wouldn't be inhibit access.
And I think that's great because I know originally when we spoke about ERC, we were also looking at a location in the east. And as resources are being very scarce for the past years and moving on, I think having transportation, so that way kids are from the east or from Algiers, if they are ordered to go to ERC, there's no reason why they cannot get access to that location. Right.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't say enough how much transportation, anybody who works in this system with young people knows how much of a frustrating barrier that can be sometimes. But all of us have worked collectively over the past few years, whether that's through innovative partnerships with our ride sharing apps or, working with the RTA, et cetera, to try to increase that access. It's definitely still a problem and something that we're in conversations about constantly.
Yeah. I know that there's some new programs that, especially the Pathway, I think something Pathways, because I don't see the slide here, and it's been a long day. I'm not processing stuff very well.
It's the slide right before that.
There we go, Pathways Internship Program. So yeah, I am definitely would love to learn more about this. I want to be able to bring businesses that is in my district. And when I looked at the partnership, the business partnership, of course, cosmetology came up. It wasn't listed, but it was in your discussion that you guys are working. So my thought of mechanic shops, because based on what we're seeing in the community, a lot of these young kids are, they're enticed or get excited about cars. And so, maybe working with a mechanic shop that will allow them to kind of funnel those energy to fix a car versus taking a car apart. But they could do that at a mechanic shop.
Yeah, I think that we have, Candace, one of our partners, go ahead.
Flight Night in New Orleans East.
What is it?
Flight Night in New Orleans.
Where they're at?
In New Orleans East. I believe they're on Dalman Road.
Okay, just to let you guys know, I know a lot of people reference Dalman as New Orleans East.
Is that
Dalman is actually shared between District E and District D. So that's why I didn't recognize the name because it's outside my district. So it's Flight Night.
Yes, I believe that was one from your office that they referred that one over.
Okay. Do we have students over there? Have the program started yet?
We have met with them and they've come out to talk and interview some of our young adults, and they're putting some final layers. I believe it was their insurance that they wanted to make sure all their documents were just up to speed.
So there's also requirements on the vendor side, the business side as well, right? That they have to adhere to the agreement. Okay, particularly around providing a safe learning, training workplace for our young people.
Exactly.
Yeah. Your in-home visit, I think it is the second program in your presentation. And they have to be basically, I think, Emily, you mentioned a low score from the risk assessment. how many kids are actually in that program?
I could look at the count for today, but I believe as of last week that there were 10 kids in the program. JGIC was in the process of hiring an additional social worker and in order to be able to grow it to the 15. So that was something internally that they're working on, but we've been really excited to see more young people referred from our judges to this program. I don't know, Judge Anderson, do you want to speak, specifically about that? I see you on.
Yeah, I can just add in that I believe they are currently at capacity, but they do have the ability to add 5 additional kids. I think they're just trying to work out getting that person hired. But again, we've got 10 kids that are in currently, and it's a 90-day program. So there are a few that are going to move out because they've reached their time. And then there are a few, obviously, and unfortunately, that have been rearrested. Again, this is a program that's a little bit more intensive. These are kids that are working with JJIC. Once they come in and it's determined that they will be detained, then they will reach out to the judges or to our youth and family specialists, and we'll try to put together to see whether or not the family is interested. It also requires family participation and involvement. And so we've gotten the buy-in on that. But again, just like everything, some of the kids be able to get access to. But I will say we have noticed just the touching of those children and sort of following up has been very beneficial. So I know they're waiting for, I'm not sure what approval they would need for the other person to be brought on and that'll include 5 additional slots. Same thing with ERC. ERC also reached capacity. Again, during this COVID time, some of the kids were in and stayed in a little bit longer. So moving on getting those kids out. Again, it's a 45-day program, but they are 2 where we're just trying to work on seeing who can be moved in, who can be moved out, and how that can happen. But again, both programs are pretty much full. I think all of our programs at this point are close to capacity, and that's why the collaboration has been very good of talking and saying, okay, well, maybe this program works better. I'll also say in regard to the Summer Success Program that not only, it may not be a direct referral from the bench, but that our programs are working. So like GROW, Mellow, ODAP are also referring kids. And I know we're very excited about the kids participating in the Pathways internship program. So again, moving some of these kids out, but giving them an opportunity for one. I mean, you see one of the criteria, having a state ID. I mean, how important is that in a child's life? Because this goes on, having a bank account. So just automatically, the mindset that some of these programs are given to the kids, I mean, we're finding it is been very good. So, we are supportive of all the programs, just trying to work through who gets referred, making sure it's a good step for them in the follow-up. But we are very excited on the juvenile side for all these programs.
Great, thank you. I'm good, Jay.
Thank you, Cindy. I want to say thank you to Emily and to Candace for the presentation. And again, I mean, who's that?
That's Christian.
Oh, Kristen, please. I didn't realize I can't see you.
Okay, I know. I can't see. The presentation is still up, and so we can't see it. I just want to thank y'all. I think the best thing we can do. Oh, there's everybody. Thank y'all so much for your work on this. I was just curious if you had to come up with a couple things. First off, do you have basically a sheet that shows how many people are affected? How are you measuring success, right, with each of the programs, and what that looks like for you? And then I think that would be really helpful for us to see which programs y'all feel are the most successful and which ones then you want to grow, right? And what that looks like and how much do we need to grow them to be able to touch more people? I would be interested to know that.
That's a great question, Councilwoman. And I thought that Councilmember Banks was going to ask me if I had a magic wand, what would I ask?
Gotten to you yet. It's coming.
That's one of the things that I would say. It came up earlier. We talked about a public-facing dashboard. I think something like that could be really useful for us. Right now we collect that information internally, and we share it, within. Across the administration with our other stakeholders, obviously with our funders, right? And I know that that's something that Judge Anderson on their side, that they collect the data as well. I think having one central place that would feed up or spin up into, where we'd be able to look at that. It would be available again and transparent to the public. I think a lot of the public comments that we heard earlier, those folks would be really pleased to be able to see that and dig into that data. And so that would be something I would love to work in coordination with the council on, if that's something that was already being developed by this committee, and that we could work, of course, with our partners with NOPD, et cetera, in order to get the right information flowing into that.
Well, I think, Jay, here's your task. Instead of having just this crime dashboard that we have, we really should have a youth services dashboard, right? That tracks how many children have been touched in a positive way, which programs are the most successful, how people can contribute to some of these, be it mentorships or having jobs that they can provide to kids for the summer, because I think that's the number one thing we can do with our high school kids, how to provide transportation. I know that's one of the biggest barriers for a lot of our kids to become engaged and to get places, which is what I'm very passionate about right now. So, I mean, that's what I would love to help with that and work with that any way we could. Thank y'all.
Okay, is there, Kristen, you done?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from colleagues? All right, we've got public comment. I think we had one.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
We have one public comment. It's from Braisha Harness Parker, who is not a paid representative. How come more funding goes into handbooks and data collecting than actual programs? What other programs other than YEP, Cafe Reconcile, Liberty's Kitchen has Office of Youth and Family supported in the work that they do, financially or providing services? Are you open to working with the New Orleans Youth Coalition and Erase the Board and also others to better understand our kids and families and to address the many issues we face? Braisha. That's the only public comment.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I just want to say that I appreciate all of the information today. We started this off knowing that we would not come up with one solid answer. This elephant is big and large and we're not going to eat it in one bite, but at least we know where we need to start cutting. So at the end of the day, thank you to both Candaces and to Emily for the last presentation. And we are looking forward to continuing this dialogue and continuing to work. So just before I adjourn, I want to ask everyone out there listening to remind you that it is still imperative that you wash your hands, social distance. If you're sick, to please stay home and wear a mask. We are far from over this virus. And at the end of the day, I'm looking forward to getting back to life as normal, but we can't do that until we get a handle on this thing. So all of you who are listening, please do those very simple things and we will get out of this pandemic sooner than later. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Can I get moved in second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All righty, no opposed, I'm going to assume. So with that, thank you all and
Thank
take
you.
care.